Hello there, and welcome to Life Beyond Seen, where curiosity drifts gently downstream and science takes the long, winding way toward wonder. Tonight, we're trading ticking clocks for rippling water, stepping away from the stars above to listen to the slow heartbeat of a river below. Because hidden deep in South America, through jungles that breathe and forests that hum with life, there's a river so vast and alive that it has never stopped creating monsters. It has no need for myths or movies. It builds them from scales and bone, from muscle and hunger, from patience measured not in years but in millions of years. This is the story of the Amazon, a river that refuses to stand still and a world that still breeds monsters long after the rest of the planet thinks it has been mapped. But before we slip beneath the canopy, I want to ask you something simple. Where are you listening from right now? And if you close your eyes for a moment, can you hear water anywhere near you? Maybe there's rain tapping against a window, or maybe it's the memory of a place you once knew. A lake, a stream, a tide on the shore. Every one of those sounds is a thread connected, however faintly, to the same story. Because water doesn't just flow, it remembers, it shapes, it connects everything it touches. And nowhere does it do that more powerfully than in the Amazon. If you find yourself soothed by this journey, if the thought of exploring one of Earth's most mysterious places sounds like a fine way to end your day, I'd be deeply grateful if you'd like this video, maybe subscribe, and join this small community of nighttime explorers. It helps these quiet expeditions reach others who might need a moment of wonder too. The Amazon doesn't announce itself with thunder. It doesn't roar into being. It begins almost shyly, in trickles and drips, mountain streams that gather from the Andes highlands. They join and swell, weaving together until they form something that isn't just a river, but a living continent of water. By the time it reaches its full stride, the Amazon carries more water than the next 7 largest rivers combined. It spills more than 200,000 cubic meters into the Atlantic every second, enough to fill an Olympic swimming pool in less than a blink, and yet numbers like that still don't capture what it truly is. Because the Amazon isn't just water, it's the backbone of a living world. It feeds and drains the rainforest around it, spreads nutrients, builds floodplains, births forests from silt and mud. It creates life not only in its depths, but on its banks, its islands, its clouds. It is a river that is also a forest, a climate, an atmosphere. And inside that vastness, life experiments. Most rivers carve their valleys and settle into predictable courses over time. The Amazon does not. It shifts, splits, erases itself, and is reborn over and over again. It drowns forests and then lets them rise again as dry land. It builds new channels while abandoning old ones to become oxbow lakes. Strange crescent shapes where ancient waters circle back on themselves. It's a place in motion, and that motion means opportunity. Every change creates a new niche. Every niche invites something to evolve into it. And over tens of millions of years, that constant reshaping has turned the Amazon into a machine for creating life that is often as strange as it is spectacular. To understand why this river still breeds monsters, you have to understand that it is old. Not old like a city or a civilization. Old like continents moving and mountains rising. Some of the waterways that feed it are older than the Atlantic Ocean itself. Once, before South America even looked the way it does now, parts of this river flowed west into the Pacific. Then the Andes rose, the land tilted, and the river turned eastward. In the upheaval, vast wetlands formed. Ancient lakes stretched for hundreds of miles, and whole ecosystems were trapped, isolated, reshaped. That upheaval didn't just change geography, it changed evolution. Species were cut off and forced to adapt. New species arose, ancient ones lingered, and in those isolated corners, monstrous forms flourished. Long before humans ever saw the Amazon, before we even existed to give names to the things that swam there, this river was already a cradle for giants. Fossils tell us that creatures like Purosaurus, A crocodilian that could grow more than 12 meters long once patrolled these waters, its jaws powerful enough to crush the bones of prehistoric turtles in a single snap. Giant turtles themselves swam here too, some with shells bigger than dining tables. Massive catfish prowled the depths. Stingrays the size of car doors glided silently along the riverbed. And though many of these titans vanished as climates shifted and continents drifted, the Amazon has never stopped making their smaller, stranger descendants. Some of those descendants are still enormous by modern standards. The arapaima, for instance, is a fish that can reach over 3 meters in length and weigh as much as a person. It breathes air, rising to the surface to gulp it down like a crocodile, and its scales are so tough they can shrug off piranha bites. In the flooded forests where it hunts, it moves with eerie grace, gliding silently beneath the water before erupting upward to swallow prey. It's a living fossil, a creature that's barely changed since the Miocene, a relic of an older, wilder world that never quite ended here. But not every monster wears its size on the outside. Some are terrifying precisely because they are small. The candiru, a tiny catfish infamous for its ability to swim into bodily orifices and lodge itself there, has fueled fear and fascination for centuries. Its reputation is exaggerated. Attacks on humans are vanishingly rare. But the fact that it is anatomically capable of such a thing is unsettling enough. It's a reminder that in the Amazon, danger doesn't always announce itself with size or teeth. Sometimes it's invisible until it isn't. And of course, there are the piranhas, perhaps the most misunderstood residents of all. Popular culture paints them as frenzied packs of killers capable of stripping a cow to the bone in minutes. The truth is more complicated. Most piranhas are scavengers or opportunistic feeders, and they play a crucial role in cleaning the river. But they can and do attack when food is scarce or when they feel threatened, and when they do, their razor-edged teeth and astonishing bite force make them formidable. They are not the monsters of horror films, but they are predators honed by millions of years of evolution, perfectly suited to their place in this watery world. What makes the Amazon so good at producing such creatures isn't just its size or its age, it's the sheer complexity of the environment. The river isn't one uniform habitat, it's a shifting mosaic of ecosystems. Blackwater streams stained by decaying leaves, nutrient-rich white water channels carrying sediment from the Andes, clear water tributaries fed by rain. Each of these creates different pressures, different opportunities, different evolutionary experiments. Some fish have evolved electric fields to navigate the murky depths. Others have developed lungs to breathe air when the water's oxygen runs low. Some plants live half their lives underwater and half above. Some mammals have returned to the water entirely, like the Amazon River dolphin, with its flexible neck and pinkish skin, gliding ghost-like through flooded forests. And then there's the flood pulse. Every year the Amazon swells with seasonal rains, rising by as much as 15 meters in some places. It spills into the forest, transforming trees into aquatic landscapes and land animals into temporary swimmers. Fish invade the forest floor, feeding on fruit and seeds. Dolphins hunt among tree trunks. Caimans lurk beneath branches that only months earlier were dry ground. And then the waters retreat, leaving behind isolated pools, stranded creatures, and the harsh pressure of survival. It's an environment in constant flux, and that flux means constant adaptation. And adaptation, given enough time, breeds monsters. Humans have always noticed them. Long before scientists catalogued species, the people who lived along these waters told stories about them. They spoke of Yakumama, the mother of waters, a serpent so vast it could swallow canoes whole. They warned of encantados, shape-shifting dolphins that lured humans beneath the surface. They told tales of monstrous fish and ghostly spirits that haunted the deep. To outsiders, these may sound like myths, but myths are often how people make sense of real things that defy easy explanation. A flash of a pink dolphin in the moonlight becomes a story about a spirit, A sudden disappearance in the water becomes a tale of a serpent. In those stories, there's often a kernel of truth, a distorted memory of an encounter with something real and strange. And encounters with the strange are not rare here. Even today, scientists are still discovering new species in the Amazon at an astonishing rate. Hundreds every year, many of them unlike anything seen before. Some live in darkness and have evolved without eyes. Some glow. Some communicate with electric pulses invisible to us. Some behave in ways that seem almost deliberate, almost intelligent. Every one of them is a reminder that this river still hides secrets. It still breeds creatures we don't fully understand. It's easy to think of monsters as relics of the past, things that belong to an older, wilder world. But in the Amazon, they are part of the present. They're not frozen in time like fossils. They're alive, swimming, growing, adapting. And they are not just physical. Some of the most powerful monsters here exist in the human imagination, born of fear and awe. The line between myth and biology is thin, and the Amazon blurs it constantly. A massive caiman seen at dusk can become a river god in a story. A strange sound in the night becomes evidence of something bigger, older, hungrier. And sometimes those stories drive us to look closer, to search, to study, and in doing so, to find real creatures even stranger than the myths. That, perhaps, is the real secret of how the Amazon still breeds monsters. It doesn't just produce them in its waters, it produces them in us. It invites us to imagine, to speculate, to fear, to wonder. It pushes science forward by tempting us with questions we can't yet answer. It keeps the boundary between known and unknown soft and shifting, much like the river itself. And as long as that boundary exists, monsters will keep appearing, in the water, in the stories, and in our minds. The Amazon, after all, is not just a river. It's a process. It's a system that has been sculpting life for tens of millions of years and shows no sign of stopping. And in that process, monsters are not accidents. They are inevitabilities. When you create an environment so vast, so dynamic, so unforgiving, and so rich in opportunity, you will get creatures that push the limits of what seems possible. Some will terrify, some will astonish, some will defy classification entirely, but all of them will be born of the same relentless, restless force that keeps this river alive. And so, as we drift deeper into this story, past the surface and into the tangled heart of the Amazon's waters, we'll begin to see how these monsters come to be. We'll follow the river backward through time to when it first formed and forward into the ways it still changes today. We'll look at the creatures that haunt it, the stories they inspire, and the science that tries to explain them. And we'll see that in a world that often feels mapped and measured, there are still places where the unknown thrives, and where monsters in all their forms are still being born. If you were to rise above the canopy and look down on the Amazon, it wouldn't look like a river at all. It would look like a living organism spread across the continent, a sprawling green labyrinth with silver veins that twist and curl and branch in every direction. From the sky, the water doesn't just cut through the forest, it becomes part of it. Streams fracture and braid into one another, looping and reconnecting like the nervous system of some immense creature. Channels vanish into swamps and reappear as lakes. Tributaries snake across thousands of kilometers before merging with the main artery. And in the wet season, the difference between land and river disappears entirely. What was once forest floor becomes a flooded plain stretching as far as the eye can see, and what was once water now supports trees reaching up toward the sun. It is hard to overstate how vast this system is. The Amazon basin covers more than 6 million square kilometers, an area larger than the entire European Union. It holds 1/5 of all the river water on Earth. It drains from 9 countries, fed by over 1,000 tributaries, some of them so wide they would be called great rivers anywhere else in the world. And yet all of that water, all of that motion, works together as one interconnected whole. It is not a single river, but a network, a living web, constantly shifting and reshaping itself. And within that web, life flourishes in forms that defy easy explanation. The Amazon rainforest that surrounds and feeds this river is equally extraordinary. It is often described as the lungs of the planet, a metaphor that, while scientifically imprecise, captures something of its scale and importance. The forest produces vast amounts of oxygen, absorbs enormous quantities of carbon dioxide, and influences weather patterns not just locally but across the globe. Moisture evaporating from its leaves forms clouds that drift thousands of kilometres, falling as rain on distant lands. The forest creates its own weather, recycling water through the atmosphere and back into the soil, sustaining itself in a cycle so complex that scientists are still unravelling how it works. This cycle of water and life is not just background scenery. It is the engine that drives the Amazon's ability to create monsters. Every drop of water that falls from the sky, seeps into the ground, and runs into a stream carries with it nutrients, minerals, and the raw materials of life. Flooded forests become nurseries for fish. Swamps become hunting grounds for predators. Fallen trees rot and feed microscopic life that feeds insects, that feed amphibians, that feed reptiles and birds and mammals. Each layer builds upon the next, and the result is an ecosystem of staggering complexity. It's a place where competition is fierce, where adaptation is constant, and where survival often depends on becoming stranger, tougher, or more specialised than your neighbours. Even the water itself is not uniform. Scientists classify Amazonian rivers into three main types: whitewater, blackwater, and clearwater. Whitewater rivers, like the main Amazon, are rich in sediment washed down from the Andes. They are cloudy, nutrient-dense, and full of life. Blackwater rivers, such as the Rio Negro, are stained dark by tannins from decaying leaves and vegetation. They are acidic, low in nutrients, and often eerily transparent despite their colour. Clearwater rivers, like the Tapajos, flow from ancient shield rock and carry little sediment at all. They are bright and sparkling, but relatively poor in nutrients. Each type of river creates a different world with its own challenges and opportunities. Species that thrive in one may struggle in another. Over time, this has driven evolution down wildly divergent paths, producing fish, plants, and animals that are exquisitely adapted to their particular stretch of water. Take the Blackwater rivers, for instance. Their low nutrient content means life here must be efficient, conserving energy, and making the most of scarce resources. Some fish have evolved specialised feeding strategies, sifting through leaf litter for tiny invertebrates. Others rely on seasonal floods to bring them food from outside the river itself. The acidic water also slows the growth of bacteria and parasites, creating a relatively safe haven for certain species. In contrast, the nutrient-rich whitewater rivers are bustling with activity. They support massive populations of plankton, which feed countless fish, which in turn feed predators. Competition here is intense, and many species grow quickly and reproduce often, racing to stay ahead of the countless jaws eager to devour them. This variety of habitats doesn't just allow many species to coexist, it encourages them to specialise, to push the limits of what's possible. Electric fish, for example, have evolved independently in multiple Amazonian lineages. Some use electric fields to navigate and communicate in murky water. Others use them to stun prey or defend themselves. These adaptations are not trivial. They require entire systems of organs, specialised cells and neural circuitry, all shaped by millions of years of pressure from an environment that rewards innovation. In the Amazon, such innovation is the difference between life and death. And yet, despite all its complexity, the Amazon is also fragile. The very forces that make it a crucible of evolution, its constant change, its delicate cycles of flood and drought, its interdependence of species, also make it vulnerable to disruption. A shift in rainfall patterns, a dam built upstream, a patch of forest cleared for farmland, any of these can ripple outward in ways that are hard to predict. The monsters that live here, whether they are giant fish or venomous insects or mythic serpents, are products of balance. Disturb that balance too much, and even the fiercest predator can vanish. This fragility is part of what gives the Amazon its strange tension. It is both unstoppable and precarious, both ancient and ever-renewing. It has survived ice ages, continental drift, and the rise and fall of countless species. But it also depends on a delicate choreography of forces, water, soil, sunlight, decay, that must stay in harmony. And perhaps that is why the creatures that live here feel so different from those elsewhere. They are not just survivors. They are specialists in surviving a place that is always changing, always rewriting the rules. Humans have long struggled to grasp the scale of this place. Early explorers described the Amazon as a green ocean, an endless expanse of trees and water that swallowed everything in its path. Villages disappeared into it, expeditions vanished, maps remained blank. Even now, with satellites and drones and GPS, vast stretches of the basin remain difficult to reach, their ecosystems poorly understood. And in those hidden corners, life goes on largely unseen, adapting, evolving, sometimes in ways that seem almost fantastical. Consider the flooded forests known as Varzea. During the wet season, the river rises and inundates these areas, submerging trees under several meters of water. For months, these forests become an aquatic world. Fish swim among branches and leaves. Birds dive from treetops into the water below. Fruits and seeds drop into the flood and are eaten by fish that, in turn, spread the plant's seeds to new locations. When the water recedes, the forest re-emerges and the cycle begins again. It is a dynamic, ever-changing habitat, and the creatures that live here have evolved to exploit it. Some fish time their breeding cycles to the floods, laying eggs just as the water begins to rise. Others have learned to leap out of the water to pluck fruit from low-hanging branches. Even mammals and reptiles adapt their behaviour to the rhythm of the water, moving with the flood pulse in a seasonal migration that is as predictable as the tides. This kind of adaptability is a recurring theme in the Amazon. It is not enough here to simply be strong or fast or clever. Success belongs to those who can change, who can bend with the river's moods and exploit its patterns. The giant river otter, for example, is a top predator in many parts of the Amazon. It hunts fish with precision and coordination, working in groups to corral prey. But its success depends on timing. During the dry season, when water levels drop and fish are concentrated in shrinking pools, the otters thrive. During the floods, when fish are dispersed across vast flooded forests, hunting becomes harder, and the otters must range farther and work harder. Their entire way of life is tied to the river's rhythms. Even the forest itself has adapted to the river's fluctuations. Many tree species time their fruiting to coincide with the flood season, dropping seeds into the water where fish will eat them. Some seeds are designed to survive passage through a fish's digestive tract, germinating only after they have been deposited far from the parent tree. In this way, the river doesn't just transport water, it transports forests. It shapes where plants grow and how they spread. It determines which species thrive and which fade away. And this is where the idea of the Amazon as a labyrinth becomes more than a metaphor. A labyrinth is not just a maze. It is a place where paths cross and diverge, where choices branch endlessly, and where every turn leads to new possibilities. The Amazon is exactly that. Its countless streams and channels, its floodplains and islands, its shifting habitats and changing seasons, all of them create a bewildering array of paths for life to follow, and life follows them with relentless creativity. It mutates, it adapts, it diversifies. It fills every available niche and then creates new ones. It experiments endlessly, and some of those experiments, whether they are massive predatory fish, venomous parasites, or shape-shifting myths, are what we call monsters. Yet even as we marvel at this complexity, it is worth remembering that our understanding of it is still shallow. Scientists estimate that only a fraction of the species that live in the Amazon have been described. New fish, insects, amphibians and plants are discovered every year. Some are small and easily overlooked, others are startling. Bright new species of electric fish, armoured catfish with bizarre body shapes, frogs with calls that no one had ever recorded before. Many of these discoveries come from places that were once too remote or too difficult to reach. As exploration expands, so too does our awareness of how much we don't yet know. It is tempting to imagine that with satellites and modern science we have charted the world's mysteries, but the Amazon reminds us that mystery is alive and well. It hides in flooded forests and murky backwaters. It swims in the depths of oxbow lakes and slithers through the leaf litter of swampy shores. It waits in the dark places beneath the canopy where few people ever go, and sometimes it reveals itself not as a new species, but as a behaviour we never knew existed, a relationship between species we hadn't noticed, or an adaptation so strange it seems like science fiction. And it is here, in this green labyrinth of water and life, that the story of Amazonian monsters truly begins. Because monsters do not arise in empty places. They are not accidents. They are the products of competition, adaptation, and opportunity. They emerge where life is rich and pressures are strong, where the environment demands creativity and punishes failure. The Amazon is all of those things. It is a place of abundance and scarcity, of danger and opportunity, of stability and change. It is a crucible. And in that crucible, life forges forms that seem exaggerated, grotesque, or impossible, until you remember that they are simply answers to the questions the river asks. The deeper we go, the more apparent it becomes that this river is not just a backdrop for monsters. It is the reason they exist. It shapes them, sustains them, and constantly tests them. And as we follow its course further into the forest, into its myths and its realities, we will see how those monsters are not just curiosities, they're clues to the past, to the forces that shape this place, and to the ways it continues to shape life even now. If the Amazon is a living labyrinth of water and green, then its stories are the currents that run through it. They twist and branch and loop back on themselves, shaped by centuries of human experience along these shifting banks. Long before scientists came here with notebooks and cameras, long before explorers marked their maps with guesses about where the river began or ended, people were already listening to its voice. They lived beside it, travelled along it, fished its waters, and feared its moods. And from those countless lives spent in its presence came stories, not just entertainment or superstition, but attempts to make sense of a place that defied understanding. These stories are as much a part of the Amazon as the trees and the water. They tell us not just about monsters, but about how humans respond to a world that is larger, stranger, and more powerful than themselves. One of the most enduring stories is that of Yakumama, the Mother of Waters. According to many indigenous groups across the Amazon, Yakumama is a giant serpent or anaconda that dwells in deep parts of the river and its tributaries. She's said to be so enormous that she can swallow boats whole, and her movements can cause whirlpools that pull the unwary beneath the surface. Fishermen were warned to blow a conch shell before entering certain waters to alert Yakumama to their presence, a gesture of respect and caution. The details of the story change from region to region. Sometimes she's a protector, sometimes a predator, but the image is always the same. A colossal hidden power lurking beneath the calm surface of the water. It is easy, from a modern perspective, to dismiss such stories as myth. But like many myths, the legend of Yakumama has roots in reality. The Amazon is home to the green anaconda, the largest snake in the world. It can grow over 8 meters long and weigh more than 200 kilograms. It spends most of its life in water, where it moves with surprising speed and silence. It hunts by ambush, striking suddenly to coil around prey and suffocate it before swallowing it whole. Large individuals are capable of taking down caimans, deer, and even jaguars. Encounters between humans and giant anacondas are rare but not unheard of, and for people navigating the river in small boats, the presence of such a creature would have been both awe-inspiring and terrifying. A myth like Yakumama is more than a story. It's a way of acknowledging a real and present danger, a way of teaching caution and respect. Another figure that ripples through Amazonian mythology is the Encantado, a shape-shifting river dolphin said to emerge from the water in human form. According to legend, Encantados are seductive and mischievous. They come ashore at night, often during festivals, taking the form of handsome strangers who charm unsuspecting villagers. By dawn they return to the river, leaving behind confused lovers and mysterious pregnancies. Some versions of the story say that Encantados can lure people into the water and never return them. Others describe them as guides or protectors. Either way, they blur the line between human and animal, land and water, known and unknown. Like Yakumama, the Encantado myth likely has roots in observation. The Amazon river dolphin, or boto, is unlike any other dolphin species. It is pink, flexible-necked, and highly intelligent. It navigates flooded forests with ease, slipping between trees and surfacing silently in places where no one expects a dolphin to be. During the rainy season, when festivals often coincide with rising water levels, dolphins can sometimes be seen unusually close to villages. Their behaviour, playful, curious, sometimes eerily human-like, has fueled stories for centuries. The myth of the Encantado captures something real about these animals, their mystery, their intelligence, their uncanny presence in a landscape where the boundaries between worlds are thin. But not all Amazonian monsters come from animals that still exist. Some stories may be echoes of creatures long gone, tales of enormous fish capable of overturning canoes or swallowing men whole may preserve distant memories of extinct species like Purosaurus or ancient giant catfish that once swam these waters. Oral traditions are remarkably resilient. They can carry fragments of information across hundreds or even thousands of years. A story that begins as a warning about a real predator can persist long after the animal itself is gone, evolving into legend even as the world changes around it. Then there are stories that seem less like distorted memories of real animals and more like reflections of the river's moods and behaviours. Many indigenous cultures speak of spirits that control the flow of water, that punish those who disrespect the river or reward those who care for it. These spirits are often described as serpents, fish, or hybrid creatures, part human and part animal. They inhabit whirlpools, rapids, or hidden springs. They can change the weather, cause floods, or withhold rain. To a modern listener, these might sound like fanciful explanations for natural phenomena, but in a world without meteorological instruments or hydrological models, stories were a way of encoding environmental knowledge. A tale about a spirit that punishes those who pollute the water is, at its heart, a lesson about the importance of keeping the river clean. A warning about a serpent that stirs whirlpools teaches navigational caution. A myth about a water being who withholds rain reflects an understanding of the river's dependence on seasonal cycles. This blending of observation, experience, and imagination is what makes Amazonian myths so rich and so revealing. They are not mere fantasy. They are ways of organising knowledge, of passing on wisdom, of expressing respect for forces beyond human control. And in a place as unpredictable as the Amazon, such respect is more than cultural. It is practical. It is a survival strategy. When the river can rise 15 metres in a season, when predators lurk beneath the surface, when entire landscapes transform from forest to lake and back again, it makes sense to approach the world with humility. Myths teach that humility. They remind people that they are part of a larger system, not masters of it. And yet, myths also do something else. They turn the unknown into something we can think about. They give shape to fear. A giant serpent is easier to understand than the impersonal power of a flood. A shape-shifting dolphin is easier to imagine than the strange intelligence of an animal we barely comprehend. By naming these forces, by giving them faces and stories, people bring them into the realm of the human. They make them part of the shared world, and once they are part of that world, they can be talked about, negotiated with, even befriended. The Amazon is full of such named mysteries. In some regions there are tales of the Mapinguari, a shaggy, foul-smelling creature said to stalk the forest. Descriptions vary, but many say it stands taller than a man, with backward-facing feet and a second mouth on its stomach. It is sometimes described as a guardian of the forest, punishing those who harm it. Scientists have speculated that stories of the Mapinguari might be distant echoes of encounters with giant ground sloths, which once roamed South America and could reach 3 meters in height. These animals disappeared thousands of years ago, but their memory may linger in folklore, reshaped into something monstrous. Elsewhere, people speak of the Curupira, a trickster spirit with flaming hair and backward feet who protects the forest from hunters. Anyone who tries to harm the forest is led astray by the Curupira's confusing tracks, lost until they give up or perish. This story too is more than entertainment. It teaches respect for the forest's balance, warns against greed, and reminds people that the forest itself has power and agency. Even the river's smallest dangers find their way into story. The Candiru, that infamous parasitic catfish, has long been part of local lore. Some stories describe it as a malicious spirit that punishes those who enter the water without respect. Others depict it as a symbol of how the river punishes carelessness. In reality, the Candiru's habits are far more mundane. It follows chemical cues to locate the gills of a larger fish and feed on their blood. But its unsettling reputation reflects the fear that comes with living in an environment where even the tiniest creatures can harm you. What all these myths have in common is that they blur the line between the natural and the supernatural. They are not neat categories here. The forest and the river are too alive, too unpredictable, too powerful to be reduced to simple explanations. The people who have lived here for millennia understand this. They know that the river is not just water, that the forest is not just trees. They are forces with their own rhythms and wills. To live with them, you must listen to them, respect them, and sometimes fear them. Myths are one way of doing that. They also reveal something profound about how humans perceive monsters. A monster is rarely just a creature. It is a symbol. It embodies a fear, a danger, a boundary. The Yakumama is not just a snake. It is the embodiment of the river's hidden power. The Encantado is not just a dolphin. It is a reminder that the boundary between human and animal, land and water is thinner than we think. The Curupira is not just a spirit. It is the voice of the forest itself, reminding us that we are not its masters. In each case, the monster is a way of understanding something vast and incomprehensible. It is a story we tell ourselves to make sense of the world. And these stories are not static. They evolve just as the river does. As new animals are discovered, as landscapes change, as cultures interact and exchange ideas, the myths shift. European explorers brought their own monsters with them. Dragons, sea serpents, mermaids, and some of those ideas merged with local traditions. Christian missionaries reinterpreted indigenous spirits as demons or saints. Modern media adds new layers still, blending folklore with scientific discoveries. The result is a living mythology, one that continues to change even today. This evolving mythology shapes how we see the Amazon and its creatures. It influences science as much as science influences it. Many of the earliest Western explorers who came here were guided by indigenous stories. They searched for the creatures described in local lore, sometimes finding real animals behind the myths, sometimes finding nothing but deepening mystery. Even now, scientists often rely on local knowledge to guide their research. Fishermen's tales of strange fish or villagers' reports of unfamiliar calls can lead to the discovery of new species. Myth and science, far from being opposites, often work hand in hand here. And perhaps this is why the Amazon continues to feel so mysterious even in an age of satellites and genetic sequencing. It is not just that there are still species we have not discovered, it is that there are still stories we have not heard. Each one is a lens, a way of seeing the river and its life from a different angle. Each one holds a fragment of truth, a piece of knowledge encoded not in data points but in narrative. And when you piece those fragments together, you begin to see the Amazon not just as a place, but as a conversation. Between water and land, between humans and animals, between reality and imagination. That conversation is ongoing. It ripples through the trees and across the water. It whispers in the splash of a fish breaking the surface, in the distant rumble of thunder over the forest, in the rustle of leaves as something unseen moves just beyond sight. It tells us that the Amazon is still alive, still changing, still creating, and as long as it does, it will continue to inspire stories of monsters, stories that teach, warn, comfort, and challenge us. Stories that remind us that even in a world mapped and measured, there are places where mystery still reigns, where the unknown is not a problem to be solved, but a presence to be respected. And as we follow that conversation deeper into the river's heart, the line between story and reality will blur even further. Because some of the monsters here are not just tales told around fires. Some are real, flesh and blood, still lurking beneath the water and among the trees. And to understand why they exist, we have to leave the world of stories behind and look directly into the water itself. If there is one creature that blurs the line between myth and reality more than any other in the Amazon, it is the river dolphin. To most people, dolphins are symbols of the open sea, sleek and grey, leaping through waves beneath the sun. But here, hundreds of kilometres from the nearest coastline, in the slow-moving waters shaded by towering trees, dolphins live a different kind of life. They are pale pink or sometimes light grey, their bodies flexible and strange, their movements ghost-like as they slip between flooded branches and vanish beneath the surface without a sound. They are the botos, and to the people of the Amazon, they have always been more than animals. They are messengers, shapeshifters, tricksters, protectors, and sometimes abductors. They are the encantados of legend and the pink ghosts that still haunt the river. To see one for the first time is to question what you know about dolphins. Their colour is the first surprise. Unlike their oceanic cousins, whose skin is smooth and silvery, Amazon river dolphins range from slate grey to a startling rose pink. Some individuals are so vividly coloured they look almost unreal, as if they have been dipped in paint. This colour is not constant. It deepens with age and with activity, as blood rushes closer to the skin's surface during exertion or social interaction. Older males tend to be the most intensely pink, their bodies mottled like living sunsets beneath the green canopy. Their shape is another departure from expectation. They are bulkier than marine dolphins, with long, slender snouts lined with conical teeth designed for gripping fish. Their necks, unlike those of other dolphins, are flexible, with unfused vertebrae that allow them to turn their heads from side to side. This adaptation is essential in the flooded forest where they hunt, navigating around submerged branches and weaving through tight spaces. Their flippers are broad and paddle-like, their dorsal fins low and rounded, more like humps than fins. They move with deliberate grace, not the exuberant leaps of ocean dolphins, but slow, sinuous glides, vanishing and reappearing as if they were part of the water itself. And then there is their behaviour, which often seems designed to unsettle anyone watching. They are curious and intelligent, approaching boats to investigate, and sometimes playing with floating objects. They are known to carry sticks or clumps of vegetation in their mouths and wave them above the water, a behaviour scientists believe may be a form of social display or courtship. They interact with one another in ways that suggest complex communication, and they seem unbothered by the presence of humans, sometimes swimming alongside swimmers or nudging them gently. Yet for all their apparent friendliness, They are also elusive. They surface unpredictably, often in silence, and disappear just as quickly, leaving only ripples behind. It is not hard to see how such creatures became the basis for stories. Imagine living beside the river centuries ago, when the forest was even denser and the night even darker. Imagine standing by the water during the rainy season, when the forest floor is flooded and trees rise from the water like columns in a drowned cathedral. The river is silent, then suddenly there is a ripple, and a flash of pink just beneath the surface. It moves gracefully, almost deliberately, then vanishes. Later that night, a stranger appears at a village celebration, charming and graceful, wearing a wide-brimmed hat that hides the blowhole he cannot conceal. By morning he is gone, and so is the young woman who danced with him. The next day, fishermen find the river unusually quiet, as if something is watching them from below. In such a world, the line between myth and observation is thin, and the stories that emerge from it are not fanciful inventions, but attempts to make sense of something deeply uncanny. For centuries, the people of the Amazon have told stories of these dolphins taking human form. They are said to come ashore during the night, often at parties or festivals, where they seduce humans and lure them into the water. In some versions of the story, they abduct people and carry them to an underwater realm where time moves differently. In others, they leave behind children who are said to be gifted or cursed. These stories serve many purposes. They explain mysterious disappearances and unexpected pregnancies. They warn people, especially the young, to be cautious near the water at night. And they express something about the dolphins themselves, their intelligence, their mystery, their connection to a world beneath the surface that humans can only glimpse. But the myths also contain observations that science would later confirm. The idea that these animals move between worlds is not entirely wrong. During the flood season, when the Amazon rises and spills into the forest, the dolphins leave the main river channels and swim among the trees, hunting fish and exploring submerged landscapes. For weeks or months, they live in what is essentially another world, one where the boundary between land and water disappears. Their ability to navigate this shifting environment is unmatched. Their flexible necks, maneuverable flippers, and keen echolocation allow them to move with ease through the submerged forest, finding prey in places that would be impossible for other predators to reach. Their intelligence, too, is not a myth. Amazon river dolphins have large brains relative to their body size, even larger in proportion than those of humans. They exhibit behaviours that suggest problem-solving and social complexity. They engage in play, not just with one another, but with other species, including humans. They have been observed cooperating to herd fish, using coordinated movements and vocalizations, and they display curiosity about their environment, investigating new objects and responding to novel situations in ways that suggest flexible thinking. These are not mindless creatures driven by instinct alone. They are thinkers, and in many ways their intelligence seems as fluid and adaptable as the waters they inhabit. Their evolutionary history is as strange as their behaviour. The ancestors of river dolphins once lived in the ocean, but millions of years ago some populations began moving into freshwater systems. Most of those lineages eventually died out, but a few, like the boto, thrived. The Amazon river dolphin is thought to have diverged from its marine relatives around 15 million years ago, adapting over time to the unique challenges of life in the river. Its flexible neck, its specialized teeth, its preference for slow-moving water, all are adaptations to a world where prey hides among roots and branches, and the ability to maneuver is more important than speed. It is a relic of an ancient evolutionary experiment, a survivor of a lineage that nearly vanished, still thriving in one of the most demanding environments on Earth. Their survival, however, is not guaranteed. The very traits that make them so well suited to the Amazon also make them vulnerable to changes in that environment. Dams and deforestation alter water levels and flow patterns, disrupting the seasonal floods they depend on. Pollution from mining and agriculture contaminates the water with mercury and other toxins, which accumulate in the dolphins' bodies and threaten their health. Overfishing reduces their food supply, and in some regions they are deliberately killed because fishermen believe they compete for fish. Their slow reproductive rate, females give birth only once every few years, makes it difficult for populations to recover from losses. As a result, the botto is now classified as endangered, and its numbers are declining in many parts of the Amazon. This decline has implications beyond the dolphins themselves. As apex predators, they play a crucial role in maintaining the balance of the river's ecosystems. They help regulate fish populations, and their presence is an indicator of the health of the waterways. Their disappearance would not just be a loss of a species, it would signal a broader unravelling of the intricate web of life that depends on the Amazon. Protecting them is not just about saving a charismatic animal, it is about preserving the health of an entire system. The cultural importance of the botto also adds another layer to this urgency. These animals are woven deeply into the identity and worldview of many indigenous peoples. They appear in myths, songs, and ceremonies. They are symbols of transformation and mystery, reminders that the world beneath the water is as alive and complex as the world above it. In some traditions, harming a dolphin is taboo, believed to bring misfortune or illness. This reverence has historically offered them some protection, but as outside pressures on the Amazon increase, those cultural safeguards are being tested. Efforts to protect the botto are underway, ranging from legal protections to community-based conservation programs. Some initiatives focus on reducing mercury pollution by regulating gold mining. Others aim to create protected areas where dolphins can thrive free from human disturbance. Education and collaboration with local communities are central to many of these efforts, recognizing that the people who live alongside the river are not just witnesses to its changes but essential partners in its stewardship. Their knowledge of water levels, fish migrations, seasonal patterns is invaluable to understanding and protecting the dolphins and the ecosystem they inhabit. And yet, for all the science and conservation, there remains something about the botto that resists full explanation. Perhaps it is their ghostly appearance, that improbable pink gleam beneath the surface. Perhaps it is their behaviour, so intelligent and yet so alien. Perhaps it is the stories, the sense that they are more than animals, that they inhabit a realm just beyond human reach. Whatever the reason, they occupy a unique place in the imagination, both of the people who have lived beside them for millennia and of those who encounter them for the first time. They are reminders that even in a world we think we know, there are still mysteries that refuse to be tamed. Their presence also raises deeper questions about what we mean when we talk about monsters. Are monsters defined by their size, their danger, their unfamiliarity? Or are they simply the things that remind us how much we don't understand? The botto is not monstrous in the way a jaguar or a caiman might be. It does not stalk or devour humans. And yet, in the stories told about it, it is every bit as powerful and unsettling. It can take human form, steal people away, blur the boundary between worlds. It embodies the unknown, and in doing so, it commands the same awe and fear we feel in the presence of any monster. Perhaps that is the lesson of the pink ghost beneath the surface, that monsters are not always threats to be conquered. Sometimes they are teachers, showing us the limits of our knowledge and the depth of nature's creativity. Sometimes they are mirrors, reflecting our own fears and desires back at us. Sometimes they are bridges, connecting myth and science, past and present, human and non-human. The botto is all of these things, and in that sense it is as much a part of the Amazon story as the river itself, and the story is far from over. The same waters that nurture the botto nurture countless other creatures, some known, many still unknown. Some are small and subtle, others massive and unmistakable. Some are feared, some revered, and some, like the pink ghost that glides silently beneath the trees, are both. As we follow the current deeper into the heart of the Amazon, we will meet more of them, each one a different answer to the same relentless question the river has been asking for millions of years: how to live, how to hunt, how to survive, how to become something extraordinary in a place that demands nothing less. The pink ghosts may vanish beneath the surface without a sound, but their presence lingers, rippling through the water and the stories alike. And just beyond them, in the deeper channels and darker corners of the river, other forms are waiting. Predators whose reputation has travelled far beyond these waters, creatures whose names alone inspire caution and curiosity. They are smaller than the giant serpent of legend and less graceful than the dolphin, but their teeth and their hunger have made them some of the most infamous residents of the Amazon. And to understand how this river still breeds monsters, we have to meet them next. The water of the Amazon can look calm on the surface. It glides by slowly, carrying bits of leaf and drifting seeds. Reflecting the green canopy above it, it can seem almost harmless, a warm, lazy current winding through the heart of the forest. But beneath that surface is another world entirely, a place of teeth and hunger, of sudden violence and ancient instincts. This is a place where every shadow might hide a predator, where the difference between hunter and prey is measured in milliseconds, and where the very water itself can feel alive with movement. For all the ghostly grace of the dolphins and the mythic grandeur of the great serpents, the river is also home to creatures far more direct, far more brutal, and far more infamous. These are the fish that bite back. Of all the Amazon's residents, none has captured the world's imagination quite like the piranha. Their reputation precedes them, voracious, swarming, capable of stripping flesh from bone in minutes. It is an image that has been repeated in countless films, books and stories. A cow wading into the water, a splash, and then a frenzy of churning red. But like most legends, the truth is more complicated and more interesting. Piranhas are not indiscriminate killers. They are part of a complex ecological system, and their behaviour reflects millions of years of adaptation to a challenging environment. There are more than 30 species of piranha, ranging from small, relatively harmless ones that feed mostly on seeds and plants, to larger, more aggressive species that hunt fish, and occasionally larger prey. The red-bellied piranha, perhaps the most notorious, grows to about 30 centimetres long and has a bite force that, relative to its size, is among the strongest of any vertebrate. Its triangular, razor-sharp teeth interlock like shears, capable of slicing cleanly through flesh and even bone. Yet for all their weaponry, piranhas are not mindless attackers. They are cautious, social animals that rely on group dynamics for both defense and hunting. Most of the time, piranhas are opportunistic feeders. They scavenge on dead or dying animals, picking carcasses clean with astonishing efficiency. They eat insects, crustaceans, and smaller fish. Some species even feed on fruit and seeds that fall into the water, helping to disperse plant life through the forest. They are part of the Amazon's cleaning crew, recycling nutrients and keeping the river's ecosystems balanced. The feeding frenzies that have given them their fearsome reputation do happen, but they are rare and usually triggered by specific conditions: low water levels, high temperatures, scarcity of food, or the presence of injured prey that stimulates a collective response. When such a frenzy occurs, it is a sight that explains why piranhas have loomed so large in the human imagination. The fish dart and slash with astonishing speed, their bodies flashing silver and red in the murky water. They work in coordinated bursts, each taking a bite and darting away to make room for the next. Within minutes, a carcass can be reduced to bones. It is a brutal efficiency born of millions of years of evolution, in a place where competition is relentless and resources can vanish quickly. And while humans are almost never the target of such attacks, the rare incidents that do occur, usually involving people wading into shallow, confined waters where fish feel threatened, are enough to keep the legend alive. What is most remarkable about piranhas is not their ferocity, but their role in the broader ecosystem. By consuming dead and dying animals, they prevent the spread of disease and return nutrients to the water. By preying on weak or injured fish, they help keep populations healthy. By eating seeds and fruit, they participate in the forest's reproductive cycles. They are not villains, but vital participants in the river's intricate web of life. And yet, their reputation serves a purpose too. It is a reminder that even small, seemingly insignificant creatures can wield extraordinary power when conditions demand it. But piranhas are not the only fish in the Amazon with a fearsome bite. In some ways, they are overshadowed by another far stranger creature, one so small that it is often invisible until it is too late, and so notorious that it has inspired both fear and fascination for generations. This is the candiru, a tiny parasitic catfish that has earned a reputation as one of the most unsettling animals on Earth. The candiru's infamy comes from its alleged habit of swimming into the urethras of humans and lodging itself there with backward-facing spines, causing excruciating pain and requiring surgical removal. The idea is horrifying enough to have secured the fish a place in popular imagination as one of the Amazon's most nightmarish inhabitants. But as with the piranha, the truth is more nuanced. Documented cases of candiru attacks on humans are exceedingly rare, and many reports are based more on hearsay than on evidence. That said, the fish's actual behaviour is no less fascinating, and in its own way, no less unsettling. Candiru are hematophagous, meaning they feed on blood. They normally target the gill cavities of larger fish, where they anchor themselves with their spines and consume the host's blood. They locate their targets not by sight. The waters they inhabit are often too murky for that, but by detecting chemical cues in the water, such as the nitrogenous waste excreted by fish. It is this ability that has likely fueled the stories of attacks on humans, as the fish may mistake urine for the chemical signals it uses to locate gills. Whether or not such mistakes actually happen often enough to be a real risk is debatable, but the biology behind the myth is sound. For the animals that share the river with them, candiru are more than a curiosity. They are part of a larger network of parasitism and predation that shapes life in the Amazon. Parasites like the candiru exert selective pressure on their hosts, driving the evolution of defences and behaviours to avoid infection. They also influence the dynamics of food webs, affecting which species thrive and which struggle. And while their methods may seem grotesque, they are another example of the Amazon's relentless creativity, life finding a way to exploit every available niche, even one as peculiar as the inside of another fish's gill cavity. If the candiru represents the Amazon's capacity for subtle horror, then the payara embodies its more straightforward brutality. Sometimes called the vampire fish, the payara is a large, predatory fish known for its two enormous fangs, which can grow up to 15 centimetres long and fit into slots in its upper jaw when its mouth is closed. Payaras are powerful hunters, capable of ambushing prey with explosive bursts of speed. They feed primarily on other fish, impaling them on their fangs before swallowing them whole. Encountering one up close, with its jaws open and fangs bared, is enough to understand why it has earned its sinister nickname. The Amazon is home to many other formidable fish as well. Catfish here grow to sizes that defy belief, some over 2 meters long and weighing more than 100 kilograms. These giants are opportunistic feeders, consuming everything from smaller fish to carrion, and their sheer size gives them few natural predators. Electric eels, which are not true eels but a type of knife fish, generate powerful electric shocks to stun prey and defend themselves. They can deliver jolts strong enough to incapacitate larger animals and occasionally unwary humans, making them one of the river's most unique and formidable inhabitants. Each of these creatures, from the piranha to the candiru to the payara and beyond, represents a different answer to the challenges of life in the Amazon. Some rely on brute force, some on stealth, some on parasitism, and some on electricity. All are products of the same environment, an environment that rewards innovation, punishes weakness, and offers endless opportunities for those who can seize them. Together they form a tapestry of predation and adaptation that has been woven over millions of years. Their interactions with humans have shaped not only local stories, but also global perceptions of the Amazon. Early explorers brought back tales of fish that could strip a man to the bone in minutes, of parasites that invaded the body, of creatures with monstrous fangs and electric weapons. These stories, often exaggerated, helped cement the Amazon's reputation as a place of danger and mystery. And while modern science has tempered many of those tales with facts, the underlying truth remains. This is a place where life is intense, where every creature is locked in a struggle for survival, and where even the smallest fish can be formidable. Yet there is another side to this story, one that speaks to the Amazon's complexity and balance. The same predators that inspire fear also play crucial roles in maintaining that balance. Piranhas keep fish populations healthy. Candiru regulate host behavior and influence ecological dynamics. Paearus control the numbers of smaller fish. Even electric eels, by preying on certain species, shape the structure of aquatic communities. Remove any one of these creatures, and the ripple effects would be felt throughout the ecosystem. This is why the Amazon's monsters are not just curiosities, they're integral to the river's function. They are not accidents or anomalies, but essential components of a system that has been refining itself for tens of millions of years. Their teeth and fangs and spines are not signs of chaos, but of order. The order of evolution. The order of an ecosystem that works because every part, no matter how fearsome, has a role to play. It is also why they endure in the human imagination. They remind us that nature is not a garden arranged for our convenience. It is a battlefield, a marketplace, a testing ground. It is full of danger because danger is part of how life evolves. And in the Amazon, where the stakes are higher and the competition fiercer than almost anywhere else, that danger is written into the very bodies of the creatures that swim beneath the surface. To watch piranhas feeding, to glimpse the flash of a paeara's fangs, to imagine the candiru lurking unseen. All of these experiences force us to confront the raw reality of life and death in this place. They strip away the romantic images of pristine wilderness and replace them with something more honest. A world where beauty and brutality are two sides of the same coin, where survival is hard won, and where even the smallest creature can change the course of another's life. And yet, for all their violence and menace, there is a strange kind of elegance to these fish. Their bodies are masterpieces of design, honed by time to do exactly what they do. Their behaviours, though often brutal, are the result of complex interactions shaped by countless generations. Their existence is not random, but deeply purposeful. They are living proof that evolution is not just about survival, but about refinement, about the relentless sculpting of life into forms that fit their environment perfectly. The fish that bite back are only one part of the Amazon story, but they are a vital one. They remind us that monsters do not have to be gigantic or mythical to be real. They can be small, ordinary-looking, even beautiful, and still wield extraordinary power. They remind us that fear and fascination often walk hand in hand, and that what we fear is often what we most need to understand. And they remind us that the Amazon, for all its complexity, is not a place apart from the world, but a mirror of it, a reflection of the same forces that shape life everywhere, turned up to their most intense. As we follow the river onward, deeper into its waters and its history, those forces become even more apparent. The fish with their teeth and fangs are only one manifestation of the Amazon's creative power. There are larger, older, stranger creatures here, survivors from another age, giants that seem to belong to a prehistoric world but are very much alive today. They too are part of this story, and understanding them will take us closer to understanding how this river continues to breed monsters in the modern world. The deeper you travel into the Amazon, the more it begins to feel like a place where time folds back on itself. It's not just that the forest is ancient, or that the river has flowed in some form for tens of millions of years. It's that the creatures that live here seem to carry echoes of that deep time within their bodies. They are not just animals adapted to the present, but survivors from the past, living testaments to a world that once was. Among the most striking of these are the giants, the enormous beings that prowl the river's depths and stalk its banks, some of them so large and so unchanged over millions of years that they seem like ghosts from a prehistoric age. These are not relics in museums or bones in stone. They are alive, they are thriving, and they are reminders that in the Amazon, the past never really disappears. It just keeps breathing, swimming, and hunting. One of the most remarkable of these giants is the arapaima, sometimes known as the pirarucu. It is among the largest freshwater fish in the world, capable of growing over 3 meters long and weighing more than 200 kilograms. To stand near the water and see one's surface is to feel as though you're watching something out of place, something that belongs to another era. Its scales are thick and armour-like, arranged in overlapping plates that shimmer in shades of bronze and green. Its head is broad and flat, its mouth capable of engulfing prey in a single swift motion. And despite its size, it moves with surprising grace, gliding silently through the water before rising to gulp air with an audible gasp. That sound, the sudden, forceful breath, is a signature of the arapaima. Unlike most fish, it relies heavily on breathing air, surfacing every 15 to 20 minutes to draw oxygen directly into its lungs. This adaptation allows it to survive in waters where oxygen levels are too low for other large fish, particularly during the dry season when stagnant pools become depleted. It also enables it to hunt in places where prey cannot escape to oxygen-rich water. But it has a drawback too. The need to surface makes the arapaima vulnerable. For centuries, indigenous hunters have exploited this behaviour, waiting silently with spears until the fish rises to breathe. The arapaima's life cycle is as extraordinary as its size. During the rainy season, when the river floods and the forest becomes a vast aquatic world, the fish migrate into flooded areas to spawn. They build nests in the shallow water, where the male guards the eggs and later the young. The pair's bond is unusually strong by fish standards, and both parents play roles in protecting their offspring. It is a dangerous time. Predators lurk everywhere, but the arapaima's size and strength give it an advantage few can challenge. Even so, the survival rate of young fish is low. Those that do survive can live for decades, growing larger with each passing year, carrying the river's history in their massive bodies. The arapaima is not just an impressive animal, it is a link to a different world. Fossil evidence suggests that its ancestors have been swimming in South American rivers for more than 20 million years. They are part of a lineage that dates back to the time when South America was still connected to Africa, and the great river systems of the continents were beginning to take shape. To see one today is to see the continuation of that ancient story, a story that has unfolded not in stone but in flesh and blood, and the arapaima is not the only giant to survive here. Along the riverbanks and in the murky backwaters lurks another colossal predator, the black caiman. A member of the alligator family, the black caiman is the largest predator in the Amazon and one of the largest reptiles on Earth. Adults regularly exceed 5 meters in length, and some individuals may grow even larger. Their bodies are massive and muscular, their jaws lined with conical teeth capable of crushing bone. Their dark, almost black skin helps them absorb heat and blend into the shadows of the water, making them nearly invisible until they strike. Black caimans are apex predators, feeding on almost anything they can catch: fish, birds, mammals, even other caimans. They are ambush hunters, lying motionless just beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when a prey animal comes close enough. Then, with explosive speed, they lunge, seizing their victim and dragging it beneath the water. Their bite force is immense, their strength overwhelming. There are few animals in the Amazon capable of challenging an adult black caiman, and most creatures wisely avoid them. Yet for all their power, black caimans were once nearly wiped out. Not by natural forces, but by humans. In the 20th century, they were hunted relentlessly for their skins, prized in the leather trade. Their numbers plummeted, and for a time they were considered endangered. In some regions, they vanished entirely. But the Amazon's resilience extends even to its giants. With legal protections in place and hunting curtailed, black caiman populations have rebounded in many areas. Today they are once again a dominant force in the river's ecosystems, a reminder that even the mightiest creatures can be brought to the brink, and that with time and protection they can return. Like the arapaima, the black caiman is a living link to a much older world. Crocodilians as a group have changed little in over 80 million years. They are survivors of the age of dinosaurs, their basic body plan so effective that it has required little alteration. To watch a black caiman glide silently through the water, only its eyes and nostrils breaking the surface, is to glimpse a scene that could have unfolded tens of millions of years ago. They are not relics in the sense of being obsolete. They are the refined products of evolutionary success, designs that work so well they endure. The Amazon's giants are not limited to fish and reptiles. Some of its turtles reach sizes that seem more suited to prehistory than the present. The giant South American river turtle, for example, can grow over 1 metre in length and weigh more than 90 kilograms. These turtles gather in enormous nesting colonies, with hundreds or even thousands of females coming ashore to lay eggs on sandbanks exposed during the dry season. The sight of so many massive turtles together is astonishing, a reminder of the abundance that the river can sustain. And like many of the Amazon's giants, they face threats from humans: egg collection, habitat loss, and hunting. But they too have shown resilience when given a chance. Even among fish, there are more giants than the arapaima. Catfish species like the Pearee bear can grow to over 3 meters and weigh more than 200 kilograms. These massive fish are powerful swimmers and opportunistic feeders, capable of eating almost anything that fits into their mouths. They are apex predators in their own right, patrolling the deep channels of the river and exerting significant influence on the populations of other species. Their size alone makes them formidable, but their ecological role is just as important. By preying on weak or injured fish, they help maintain the health of fish communities and contribute to the river's overall balance. The persistence of such giants raises an interesting question. Why here? Why does the Amazon, more than almost any other river system on Earth, continue to support animals of such extraordinary size? Part of the answer lies in the river's sheer scale. Its vast network of waterways provides the space and resources that large animals need to thrive. Its productivity, fueled by seasonal floods that bring nutrients from the Andes and spread them across the basin, supports abundant food webs capable of sustaining massive predators and herbivores alike. Its relatively stable climate reduces the pressures that might otherwise favour smaller, faster reproducing species. But there is more to it than that. The Amazon's complexity creates a diversity of niches, each with its own pressures and opportunities. Large size can be an advantage in many of them. It can mean access to prey that smaller predators cannot tackle, protection from being preyed upon, the ability to travel long distances in search of food or mates. Over millions of years, these advantages have allowed lineages of large animals to persist here even as they vanished elsewhere. When climates changed and ecosystems shifted in other parts of the world, many giants disappeared. But the Amazon, with its relative stability and vast resources, remained a refuge. Human history has played a role too. The Amazon has long been inhabited, but its dense forests, shifting rivers, and seasonal floods have made large-scale agriculture and urbanization difficult until relatively recently. As a result, many of the pressures that wiped out large animals elsewhere, habitat fragmentation, overhunting, pollution, were less intense here for much of history. That is changing now, of course, as deforestation and development accelerate, but for much of the past, the Amazon's giants were spared the full force of human impact. Even so, their survival is not guaranteed. Many of these species face significant threats today. The arapaima, once abundant throughout the basin, has been heavily overfished in some regions. Its predictable surfacing behaviour and large size make it an easy target, and unsustainable harvests have decimated populations. Conservation efforts, including community-based management programs and fishing restrictions, have helped some populations recover, but the species remains vulnerable. The black caiman, though rebounding, still faces habitat loss and occasional poaching. Giant turtles are threatened by egg collection and the alteration of nesting sites, and large catfish are increasingly targeted by commercial fisheries, their numbers declining in some areas. The fate of these giants is tied to the fate of the river itself. They depend on the seasonal floods that shape the Amazon's ecosystems. They rely on the connectivity of waterways that allow them to move between feeding and breeding grounds. They need the abundance of prey and the complexity of habitats that only a healthy river can provide. If those things are disrupted, by dams, by deforestation, by climate change, the giants will struggle to survive. And if they disappear, the Amazon will lose more than just its largest creatures. It will lose key players in the ecological dramas that unfold beneath its surface. Yet even in the face of these challenges, there is reason for hope. The resilience of these species is remarkable. Arapaima can recover quickly when given a chance, their populations rebounding in areas where fishing is regulated. Black caimans have shown the capacity to reclaim habitats from which they were once extirpated. Turtle nesting colonies can thrive when protected from human disturbance. The Amazon's giants are not fragile remnants teetering on the edge of extinction. They are robust, adaptable survivors, provided they are given the space and protection they need. Their presence is more than a curiosity or a spectacle. It is a vital part of what makes the Amazon what it is. Large predators like the black caiman help regulate populations of prey species, preventing overgrazing of vegetation and maintaining the balance of aquatic communities. Massive fish, like the Arapaima and Piraiba, influence nutrient cycling through their feeding and movement patterns. Even the nesting behaviour of giant turtles contributes to the fertility of riverbank soils, enriching them with nutrients from eggshells and hatchlings. These giants are not just inhabitants of the river, they are engineers of it, shaping its structure and function in ways both subtle and profound. There is also something deeply human about our fascination with them. Throughout history, humans have been drawn to giants, from mammoths and whales to dinosaurs and dragons. They challenge our sense of scale and possibility. They remind us of our own smallness and the vastness of the natural world. In the Amazon, that fascination takes on a particular resonance, because these giants are not relics of the past. They are alive now, sharing the same moment in time as us, part of the same planet and the same story. They connect us to a world that existed long before we did, and will, if we are careful, continue long after we're gone. Their survival, however, is not just a matter of biology or conservation. It is also a matter of imagination. How we see these giants as resources to be exploited, as threats to be eliminated, or as wonders to be protected, will shape their future. The stories we tell about them, the values we attach to them, the choices we make about how we live with them, all of these will determine whether they endure. In that sense, their fate is intertwined with ours. Their continued existence is not just about the health of the river, but about the kind of relationship we want to have with the natural world. As the sun sets over the Amazon and the river turns gold in the fading light, you might catch a glimpse of one of these giants surfacing to breathe, or the dark eyes of a caiman breaking the water's surface, or the massive shell of a turtle hauled up on a sandbank. In those moments, it is easy to feel that you're looking back in time, that the world before humans is still here, alive and moving just beneath the surface. And in a sense, you are. These giants are the river's memory, the living record of millions of years of evolution and adaptation. They are proof that the Amazon is not just a place but a process, one that began long before us and will continue long after. And just beyond these ancient titans, deeper in the water and hidden in the labyrinth of channels and flooded forests, other forces are at work. Some are predators not of flesh but of opportunity, creatures that do not hunt with teeth or claws but with patience and deception. They do not chase their prey, they wait for it to come to them, and when it does, they strike with a speed and precision that can feel almost calculated. They are another face of the Amazon's monstrous creativity, and to understand them, we need to follow the river's current into darker, more shadowed waters. It is easy to think of the river as something that simply flows, a passive stage on which life plays out its dramas. Water moves downhill, carrying silt and seed, providing life to the plants that line its banks and the animals that drink from its surface. But in the Amazon, the river is not passive. It does not just host the creatures that live within it, it shapes them, teaches them, and in many ways becomes a predator itself. It is not only a home but a hunter, and its methods are far subtler than teeth and claws. Here, danger does not always announce itself with a splash or a roar. It moves quietly beneath the surface, it waits in the shadows, and it takes its time. To walk into the Amazon thinking only of what you can see is to misunderstand it entirely. The water is watching, and sometimes it is waiting for you. Predators in the Amazon do not always chase. Many of them do not need to. They let the river do that work for them. Water is movement, and movement brings life to them. Fish, frogs, birds, mammals, everything that depends on the river must come to it sooner or later. It is the source of water, the highway of travel, the supplier of food. That inevitability is a weapon, and the predators here have learned how to use it. They do not have to seek out their prey across vast distances. They only have to be patient, to know where and when the river will deliver what they need. And once it does, they strike with precision that speaks of millions of years of refinement. The black caiman is a perfect example of this patient hunter. It does not sprint after its prey like a jaguar or chase it across the floodplain. It floats, motionless, its dark scales blending with the shadowed water, its eyes and nostrils the only things above the surface. It knows that sooner or later something will come. A capybara to drink, a bird to fish, a monkey to leap from a branch too close to the water. When it does, the caiman does not hesitate. Its strike is explosive, a sudden surge of muscle and water, a lunge that seems too fast for an animal so large. Its jaws clamp shut with a force that few bones can resist, and then the water does the rest. The prey is dragged under, where the river's weight helps the predator drown it. What begins as stillness ends as violence, and the river is both stage and accomplice. But the river hunts in other ways too. Sometimes it uses darkness. Many of the Amazon's predators are nocturnal, taking advantage of the low light to mask their approach. At night, the river changes character. Its surface, which in daylight can seem calm and reflective, becomes opaque and ominous. Ripples appear without warning, shapes move just out of sight, eyes reflect light from the banks, and then vanish. It is in this darkness that some of the Amazon's most efficient hunters emerge. The giant river otter, for instance, is a formidable predator by day, but at night it becomes even more effective, using the cover of darkness to approach schools of fish undetected. It hunts in coordinated groups, communicating with whistles and chirps, herding prey into shallow water where escape is impossible. Their teamwork is so seamless it can look rehearsed, a choreography of speed and precision that few fish can outmaneuver. Electric eels use the night in a different way. They rely on their ability to generate electric fields, which they use to navigate, communicate, and hunt. In the darkness of the Amazon's waters, where vision is limited, electricity becomes a tool more powerful than sight. Electric eels can sense the faint electrical signals produced by other animals, allowing them to locate prey even in total darkness. When they strike, they deliver a series of shocks that can stun or kill, overwhelming the prey's nervous system. Larger eels can produce shocks strong enough to knock a human off their feet. This ability is not just a weapon, but a way of bending the environment to their will, turning the river itself into an extension of their senses. Some predators do not rely on speed, strength, or electricity. They rely on deception. The Amazon is full of ambush hunters that use camouflage and patience to lethal effect. The mata-mata turtle, with its rough leaf-like shell and warty skin, is almost indistinguishable from the debris that drifts along the riverbed. It lies motionless, waiting for small fish to swim close. When they do, it opens its mouth with such speed and force that water and prey are sucked in before the fish can react. It does not chase, it does not stalk, it simply waits, trusting that the river will bring food to it eventually. This is the essence of the Amazon's hunting strategy: patience, precision, and the exploitation of inevitability. Even plants in the Amazon's waters have developed predatory strategies, though they do not move or strike. Some aquatic plants create microhabitats where insects and small animals are trapped and digested. Others release chemicals that influence the distribution of prey species, drawing them into areas where predators wait. These are not the dramatic hunts of documentaries, but they are part of the same pattern. The river shaping life to take advantage of the opportunities it creates. And then there is the river itself, which hunts without teeth or intention. Every year the Amazon floods its banks, rising by as much as 15 meters and turning the forest into a vast shallow sea. This transformation is vital to the ecosystem. It brings nutrients to the soil, spreads seeds, and creates habitats for countless species. But it is also dangerous. The flood changes the rules of survival. Animals that were safe on land find themselves surrounded by water and the predators that inhabit it. Ground-dwelling creatures are forced into the trees, burrows are flooded, nests are washed away. Even the trees themselves can become hazards, their branches trapping unwary swimmers or hiding predators waiting to strike. The flood is life-giving, but it is also deadly, and every creature in the Amazon has had to learn how to navigate it. The river's unpredictability is itself a form of predation. It can change direction, carve new channels, cut off old ones, and isolate pockets of water where fish and other animals become trapped. These temporary pools become feeding grounds for predators, their concentrated prey unable to escape. They are also laboratories of evolution, where isolation can drive the development of new species. The river, in its constant shifting, is both creator and destroyer, shaping the lives of the creatures that depend on it. Some of the most dramatic hunts in the Amazon happen not in the open river but in the flooded forests. Here the water winds between trunks and beneath branches, creating a labyrinth where sound carries strangely and visibility is low. Predators use this to their advantage. Arapaima, despite their massive size, can move silently through these waters, ambushing fish that hide among the roots. Boto slip between submerged branches, using their sonar to locate prey in the tangle. Even piranhas, usually thought of as open water hunters, venture into the flooded forest to exploit the abundance of food brought by the rising water. For the animals that live here, the forest is not a refuge from the river. It is part of it, and the river's predators follow them wherever they go. Humans have not been immune to the river's hunting strategies either. Throughout history, people have underestimated the dangers of the Amazon's waters, and many have paid the price. Stories abound of hunters dragged from boats by caimans, of swimmers shocked by electric eels, of fishermen bitten by unseen piranhas in shallow water. Even experienced river dwellers treat the water with respect, knowing that complacency is dangerous. The river does not distinguish between human and animal. To it, we're just another part of the ecosystem, another source of opportunity. Yet for all its dangers, the Amazon's riverine predation is not mindless chaos. It is a system, complex, dynamic, and finely balanced. Predators do not simply reduce prey populations, they shape them. By targeting the weak, the sick, and the careless, they strengthen the overall health of prey species. By forcing prey to adapt, they drive evolution, leading to new behaviours, new defences, and new forms. Even the fear of predation shapes the Amazon's ecosystems, influencing where animals live, when they move, and how they behave. The river hunts not just with teeth and claws, but with the pressure it exerts on every living thing to adapt or perish. This constant pressure creates a kind of dialogue between predator and prey. Each shapes the other over time, driving an evolutionary arms race that has played out for millions of years. Fish evolve faster reflexes. Predators develop more efficient hunting strategies. Mammals learn to avoid certain areas. Caimans learn to wait where they must pass. Electric eels refine their use of shock. Prey species develop resistance or avoidance behaviours. This back and forth has produced some of the most remarkable adaptations in the natural world, each one a response to the challenges posed by the river and its hunters. And the river in turn shapes those hunters. Its changing water levels, its shifting channels, its cycles of flood and drought, all of these force predators to adapt their strategies. Some migrate with the seasons following the movement of prey. Others change their diet or behaviour depending on the conditions. The result is a dynamic system where nothing stays the same for long, where even the most successful strategies must be refined constantly. It is a reminder that in the Amazon, survival is never a static achievement. It is a continuous negotiation with a world that is always changing. For humans, understanding these dynamics is more than a matter of curiosity. It is essential for living here. Indigenous peoples have developed an intimate knowledge of the river's rhythms and dangers, learning where predators are likely to be, when it's safe to fish, and how to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Their stories and rituals encode this knowledge, turning practical survival strategies into cultural traditions. Western science, too, has begun to unravel the complexity of these interactions, revealing how predator-prey relationships shape not just individual species but entire ecosystems. Together, these ways of knowing offer a deeper understanding of the Amazon as a living hunting system, one where every creature, from the smallest insect to the largest caiman, plays a part. The idea of the river as a hunter also challenges the way we think about nature itself. We're used to seeing rivers as passive forces, as backgrounds against which life unfolds. But here, the river is active. It shapes behaviour, drives evolution, and creates opportunities for predation. It is not just a container for life, but a participant in it. It sets the stage, writes the rules, and sometimes even joins the hunt. To understand the Amazon, you must understand this active role. You must see the water not as something separate from the creatures that live in it, but as part of them, and them as part of it. And this is perhaps the Amazon's greatest lesson, that even the most familiar elements of the natural world can reveal new faces if you look closely enough. Water, which we think of as life-giving and gentle, can also be deadly. Stillness can be a form of attack. Waiting can be a strategy. The river is not just a place where monsters live. It is a monster in its own right, not in the sense of malice or intent, but in its power, its unpredictability, and its capacity to shape life in ways that defy easy understanding. As the current carries us deeper into this world, the picture grows even more complex. The river's hunters are not just predators. They are products of a larger evolutionary theatre, one in which every player is constantly adapting to every other. The river is not just a killer, but a crucible, shaping the forms of life that emerge within it. And to truly understand how it breeds monsters, we must step back and look at the broader stage, at the forces of evolution and competition that have turned this place into one of the most extraordinary laboratories of life on Earth. Everywhere you look in the Amazon, life is in motion. It crawls, slithers, swims, climbs, flies. It competes and cooperates, hunts and flees, thrives and dies. The forest seems impossibly alive, not just full of living things, but made entirely of them, as if the soil and the water and the air are themselves part of a vast organism. That abundance is easy to see, but what is harder to grasp is the process that made it. Because none of this happened by chance. Every scale and claw, every feather and tooth, every behaviour and instinct, all of it was shaped by the same relentless force. evolution. And nowhere on Earth is that force more visible, more intense, or more creative than here. Evolution is not a sudden event. It is a slow, grinding process, a constant conversation between life and the environment it inhabits. It is driven by pressure, by hunger, by danger, by competition, by change. Every organism is tested against the world around it, and those best suited to survive and reproduce pass on their traits to the next generation. Over time, these small changes accumulate, and the result is the extraordinary diversity of life we see today. The Amazon is a perfect stage for this process because it offers both abundance and challenge. It is a place where resources are plentiful, but competition is fierce, where the environment is stable enough for life to flourish, but variable enough to reward adaptation. It is, quite literally, a theatre of evolution. One of the most striking things about evolution in the Amazon is how it shapes not just individual species, but entire communities. Every organism here is part of a web of relationships: predator and prey, parasite and host, pollinator and plant. Each relationship exerts pressure on the other, driving changes over time. When a predator becomes faster, prey species must evolve to become quicker or more elusive. When a plant develops toxins to deter herbivores, those herbivores must evolve ways to neutralize or avoid them. This back and forth creates an arms race, a constant escalation of adaptations and counter-adaptations. The result is a staggering diversity of forms and strategies, many of them so specialized that they exist nowhere else on Earth. The electric eel is one example of this evolutionary arms race. Its ability to generate electricity is not just a neat trick. It is a solution to a series of problems posed by its environment. In the murky waters of the Amazon, visibility is often poor, making sight an unreliable sense. Generating electric fields allows the eel to navigate and hunt even in total darkness. Its electric shocks are not just weapons but tools for communication, allowing individuals to signal one another over long distances. This adaptation did not appear overnight. It is the result of millions of years of incremental changes, each one offering a slight advantage, each one building on the last. Other adaptations are less dramatic but no less remarkable. Many fish in the Amazon have evolved specialized mouths and teeth to exploit specific food sources. Some have long, narrow snouts for probing into crevices. Others have molar-like teeth for crushing snails and crustaceans. Still others have evolved the ability to scrape algae from rocks, or to feed on fruit that falls into the water. Each adaptation represents a different solution to the same basic challenge: how to get enough food to survive. And each one reflects a unique evolutionary path shaped by the opportunities and constraints of the river environment. Plants, too, are products of this relentless process. Many Amazonian trees have evolved fruits that are buoyant, allowing them to float downriver and germinate far from the parent plant. Others rely on animals to disperse their seeds, producing nutritious fruit that attracts fish, birds, or mammals. Some even time their fruiting to coincide with the flood season, ensuring that their seeds are carried to new locations by the rising water. These strategies are not static. They evolve in response to changes in animal behavior, climate, and river dynamics. Plants and animals co-evolve, each shaping the other's trajectory over time. Even behaviors can be shaped by evolution. The complex social structures of giant river otters, for example, are not accidents. They are responses to the challenges of hunting in a dynamic environment where prey can be scarce and competition intense. Working together allows otters to herd fish into shallower waters where they are easier to catch. It allows them to defend their young more effectively and to teach hunting skills to inexperienced juveniles. These behaviors have been refined over generations because they confer a survival advantage. They are as much a product of evolution as the otter's streamlined bodies or sharp teeth. One of the most fascinating outcomes of evolution in the Amazon is the phenomenon of mimicry. Many species here have evolved to imitate the appearance or behavior of others as a way of gaining an advantage. Some harmless fish resemble venomous species, deterring predators who cannot tell the difference. Some insects mimic leaves or twigs, becoming nearly invisible to predators. Others imitate the appearance of more dangerous creatures, gaining protection through deception. Mimicry is not a conscious choice. It is the result of countless generations of natural selection, with individuals that more closely resemble their models surviving at higher rates and passing on their traits. Another powerful force at work in the Amazon is speciation, the process by which new species arise. The Amazon basin is a vast and complex landscape, with countless rivers, tributaries and floodplains creating natural barriers that can isolate populations from one another. When populations are separated, they begin to evolve independently, accumulating genetic differences over time. Eventually, they may become distinct species. This process has happened repeatedly in the Amazon, contributing to its extraordinary biodiversity. Some fish species are found only in a single tributary, their entire range confined to a stretch of water just a few kilometers long. Others are distributed more widely, but still show subtle differences from one region to another, evidence of ongoing evolutionary divergence. Isolation is not the only driver of speciation here. The Amazon's dynamic nature also plays a role. As the river changes course over time, it can split populations apart or bring previously separate ones together. Floods can create new habitats, while droughts can eliminate others. These changes create opportunities for new adaptations and new evolutionary paths. They also create hybrid zones where closely related species interbreed, producing offspring with combinations of traits that may be advantageous in changing conditions. Evolution here is not a straight line, but a branching, intertwining process, shaped by the river's constant motion. The Amazon's extraordinary biodiversity is often cited as evidence of its evolutionary power. It is home to more species of fish than any other river system on Earth, with estimates ranging from 2,500 to over 3,000. New species are discovered regularly, some of them so distinct they represent entirely new genera. And it is not just fish. The Amazon hosts more than 300 species of birds, 430 species of mammals, and countless insects, many of which have yet to be described. This diversity is not just a product of time, but of the intense evolutionary pressures that the Amazon exerts. In a place where competition is fierce, even small advantages can mean the difference between survival and extinction. Those pressures drive innovation, and innovation drives diversity. Predation is one of the most powerful of those pressures. It shapes not only the bodies of prey species but their behaviours and life histories. Fish that are heavily preyed upon may evolve to reproduce earlier or produce more offspring. They may develop schooling behaviours to confuse predators or evolve body shapes that make them harder to swallow. Predators, in turn, must adapt to overcome these defences. Sharper teeth, faster reflexes, more sophisticated hunting strategies. This interplay creates a dynamic balance, one that is constantly shifting as each side evolves in response to the other. Competition between species is another major driver of evolution. In a river as crowded and resource-rich as the Amazon, species must carve out niches to avoid direct competition. Some fish specialize in feeding on specific types of prey. Others occupy different parts of the river, the surface, the midwater, the riverbed. Some are active during the day, others at night. These differences reduce competition and allow multiple species to coexist. But they also create selective pressures that shape each species' evolution. Those that can exploit a niche more effectively will thrive, while those that cannot will struggle or disappear. Mutualism, cooperation between species, is also a powerful evolutionary force here. Many plants rely on fish to disperse their seeds, and in return they provide a valuable food source. Some birds follow army ants to feed on the insects they flush out, while the ants benefit from the disturbance the birds create. Even predators can engage in mutualistic relationships. Electric eels, for example, may hunt in the same areas as certain bird species, which take advantage of the stunned fish the eels leave behind. These relationships create feedback loops that shape the evolution of both partners, leading to increasingly specialized adaptations over time. The river's physical environment is itself a major driver of evolution. Its seasonal flooding creates cycles of abundance and scarcity, favoring species that can adapt to fluctuating conditions. Its shifting channels and sediment loads create new habitats while erasing old ones, forcing species to move, adapt, or die. Its vast network of tributaries and floodplains provides opportunities for isolation and divergence. Even the chemistry of its waters, from the nutrient-rich white waters to the acidic black waters, creates selective pressures that shape the species that live in each type of environment. The result is a mosaic of habitats, each with its own evolutionary pressures, each contributing to the Amazon's overall diversity. Humans, too, have become part of this evolutionary theatre. Indigenous peoples have lived alongside the river for thousands of years, shaping and being shaped by its ecosystems. Their fishing practices, agriculture and land management have influenced species distributions and behaviours. More recently, deforestation, dam building and climate change have added new pressures. Some species are adapting to these changes, altering their ranges, changing their reproductive timing, even evolving resistance to pollutants. Others are struggling to keep pace. The Amazon's evolutionary story is no longer just a natural one. It is increasingly intertwined with human activity. This human influence has introduced new dynamics into the evolutionary process. In some cases, it accelerates change. Overfishing, for example, can select for fish that mature at smaller sizes or reproduce earlier. Habitat fragmentation can isolate populations more quickly than natural processes would, potentially leading to faster speciation, or to extinction if populations become too small. Pollution can act as a powerful selective force, favouring individuals that can tolerate contaminated conditions. These changes are not always beneficial, but they demonstrate the continued power of evolution to respond to new pressures, even when those pressures are human-made. For all its complexity, evolution in the Amazon is not a random process. It is shaped by patterns, by the interplay of chance and necessity, of constraint and opportunity. It is guided by the river's rhythms and the forest's cycles, by the behaviours of predators and the strategies of prey, by the chemistry of the water and the structure of the land. It is a story written not in words but in genes, in the shapes of bodies and the timing of migrations, in the colours of feathers and the strength of jaws. It is a story that is still being written every day, in every corner of the basin. What is perhaps most remarkable about this story is that it is ongoing. Evolution did not stop when the first Arapaima swam these waters or when the first piranha flashed its teeth. It is happening now in the bodies of every creature that calls the Amazon home. It is happening in the subtle changes in fish populations as water temperatures rise. It is happening in the shifting distributions of plants as deforestation alters rainfall patterns. It is happening in the emergence of new species in isolated tributaries and in the decline of others that cannot adapt quickly enough. The Amazon is not a static museum of life. It is a living laboratory, an engine of evolution that continues to shape the future as much as it shaped the past. And this relentless creativity is not just about survival, it is also about possibility. Evolution in the Amazon has produced creatures that seem almost fantastical. Fish that generate electricity, dolphins that navigate flooded forests, plants that bloom underwater. It has created ecosystems that are more complex and more interconnected than any human-designed system could ever be. It has turned the river into a crucible where the line between myth and reality is constantly blurred, where monsters emerge not from imagination, but from the slow, steady work of natural selection. The Amazon shows us that evolution is not just a process that happened once and is now over. It is ongoing, unstoppable, and profoundly creative. It is not just about the survival of the fittest, but about the endless exploration of what is possible. It is about failure as much as success, about dead ends as much as breakthroughs. It is about the constant interplay between chance and necessity, between the constraints of the present and the possibilities of the future. And it is about the river itself, not as a passive backdrop, but as an active participant, shaping and being shaped by the life it sustains. As we follow the river deeper into its labyrinth, it becomes clear that evolution is not just a biological process here, it is a cultural one too. The myths and stories that ripple through the forest evolve alongside the creatures they describe. The relationships between humans and the river change as both adapt to new realities. The monsters of legend transform as new discoveries blur the line between story and science. The Amazon is not just a theatre of evolution for fish and plants and reptiles. It is a theatre of evolution for ideas, for beliefs, for our understanding of what it means to live in a world that is always changing. And just as evolution has shaped the creatures of the Amazon, it has shaped the monsters that live in its stories. Some of those monsters are rooted in reality, born of real animals that have adapted in extraordinary ways. Others are metaphors, embodiments of forces that humans have struggled to understand. But all of them, whether they swim beneath the surface or haunt the imagination, are products of the same process, the relentless creativity of a river that never stops changing, and of the life that refuses to stop changing with it. The river's theatre is vast and its cast is still growing. Somewhere in its depths, new adaptations are taking shape. New species are emerging. New stories are being born. And some of those stories are about monsters, not just the ones we already know, but the ones that remain hidden, waiting to be discovered. Because for all we have learned about this place, there is still so much we have not seen. The Amazon's capacity for surprise is far from exhausted. Its evolutionary stage is still set, its actors still performing, its stories still unfolding. And some of the most fascinating and unsettling of those stories are still waiting in the shadows, just beyond the reach of our understanding. Stories have always been a way for people to make sense of the world, to wrap their minds around things too vast or too strange to grasp directly. They distill danger into something that can be spoken about. They turn awe into something that can be shared, and they give names to forces that would otherwise remain nameless. In the Amazon, these stories often have teeth. They bite, they stalk, they devour. They speak of creatures that lurk beneath the water or in the shadows of the forest, of beings that are more than mere animals and yet not quite gods. And behind many of them, as with so many myths, lies a kernel of truth, a real creature, a real behaviour, a real danger that gave birth to the legend and still gives it power. One of the most widespread and enduring of these legends is that of the Akumama, the mother of waters. She's said to be a serpent of unimaginable size, so vast that she can swallow boats whole and create whirlpools with her movement. She lives in deep pools and hidden bends of the river, emerging without warning and vanishing just as quickly. Those who have seen her, or claim to have, speak of eyes like lanterns in the dark water, and a body that moves with the weight of the river itself. For centuries, people have told stories of her power, her anger, her hunger. They have blown conch shells before entering certain waters, both as warning and as request for safe passage, and always beneath the reverence and the fear, there is the sense that she is not just a creature, but the river itself given form. It is tempting to dismiss Yakumama as nothing more than a story. Yet the Amazon is home to a real serpent that seems tailor-made to inspire such tales. The green anaconda, the largest snake in the world, inhabits these waters and can grow to lengths of more than 8 meters, with some unverified reports suggesting even larger individuals. It is a creature of immense strength and patience, spending much of its life in water, where it can move silently and ambush prey with deadly efficiency. Its diet includes fish, birds, capybaras, deer, caimans, and it is capable of taking down prey much larger than itself. Rare though they are, sightings of enormous anacondas have a way of searing themselves into memory. For people who lived with the river long before written records, who saw boats overturned or animals vanish beneath the surface, it is easy to see how a snake could become something more than a snake, how it could become Yakumama, the embodiment of the river's hidden power. Other legends speak not of snakes, but of beings that blur the boundary between human and animal, land and water. The Encantados, the shape-shifting river dolphins, are among the most famous of these. They emerge from the water at night, taking on human form to walk among villages, often seducing and sometimes abducting those they meet. Some stories say they carry their captives to an underwater realm from which there is no return. Others say they leave behind children with strange gifts or fates. These tales are not simply about dolphins, they're about transformation, about the idea that the river is not separate from human life but deeply intertwined with it. They speak to the permeability of boundaries in the Amazon, between land and water, human and animal, real and imagined. The reality behind the Encantado stories is the Bato, the Amazon River dolphin. Its unusual appearance, intelligence and behaviour, gliding silently through flooded forests, surfacing unexpectedly in strange places, have long set it apart from more familiar animals. Its playfulness can seem like mischief, its curiosity like intent. And in a place where the river swallows entire landscapes for months at a time, where forests become lakes and paths vanish beneath the water, the idea of a creature that can move freely between worlds is not far-fetched. The Bato does exactly that, navigating a realm that humans cannot enter and returning to one they can. The stories may not be literally true, but they capture a deeper truth about the creature and the environment it inhabits. Not all of the Amazon's legends are so fluid. Some are far more monstrous. Among the most feared is the Mapinguari, a towering creature said to roam the forest, covered in shaggy hair, with claws like knives, a mouth on its belly, and a smell so foul it can make a person faint. Some stories describe it as a guardian of the forest, punishing those who take more than they need or harm the land without cause. Others paint it as a predator, a terrifying beast that stalks hunters and travellers. Its backward-facing feet, a common detail in many versions of the legend, are said to confuse those who try to track it, leading them deeper into the forest rather than back the way they came. The Mapinguari may sound like pure fantasy, but some researchers believe the stories could be distant echoes of real animals, specifically the giant ground sloths that once inhabited South America. These massive herbivores could reach over 3 meters in height when standing on their hind legs and were covered in thick fur. They vanished thousands of years ago, likely driven to extinction by a combination of climate change and human hunting, but it is possible that their memory survived in oral traditions, passed down and transformed over generations. Whether or not that is true, the Mapinguari serves a purpose. It is a warning against greed and disrespect, a reminder that the forest is not an endless resource, but a living system that demands balance. There are other guardians in the Amazon stories too. The Curupira is a smaller, trickster-like figure with flaming hair and feet that face backward. He's said to protect the forest from those who would harm it, leading hunters astray and confusing loggers until they abandon their work. Like the Mapinguari, the Curupira is more than a character. He is a manifestation of the forest's resistance, a way of expressing the idea that the land itself pushes back against exploitation. His backward feet are a metaphor made flesh. Follow his tracks and you will be lost because the path you think you're on is not the one you're actually walking. It is a warning about the consequences of failing to understand the forest's complexity. Not all legends are about large or powerful creatures. Some are about dangers that are small and insidious. The Candiru, the tiny parasitic catfish, appears in many stories as a malevolent spirit that punishes those who enter the water carelessly. Its supposed habit of invading the human body has given rise to countless warnings and taboos. Whether or not the most extreme versions of these stories are true, they reflect a real fear. The knowledge that in the Amazon, danger does not always come with a roar. Sometimes it is silent and invisible, slipping past defences and striking where you're most vulnerable. Taken together, these legends form a kind of map of the Amazon's dangers and mysteries. They are not random stories but ways of encoding knowledge about the environment. They teach caution around deep water, respect for the forest, awareness of the river's unpredictability. They warn against arrogance and greed. They remind people that the Amazon is not a place that can be controlled or tamed, that it is full of forces beyond human power, and in doing so they shape how people interact with the world around them. Myths are not just reflections of reality, they are tools for navigating it. They also reflect the Amazon's role as a place where the line between myth and reality is thin. Many of the creatures that inspired these stories are real, and their behaviours are just as strange and unsettling as the legends suggest. The anaconda really can disappear beneath the surface and reappear where you least expect it. The botto really does glide silently through flooded forests and appear in unlikely places. The kangaroo really does follow chemical cues to find hosts. The boundaries between the real and the imagined blur here because the real is already extraordinary. The Amazon does not need monsters invented from whole cloth. It provides them. At the same time, the stories themselves shape how people perceive and interact with these creatures. A fisherman who believes the anaconda is sacred may treat it with caution or reverence rather than fear or hatred. A villager who sees the botto as a shapeshifter may avoid harming it, fearing misfortune if they do. These beliefs can influence behaviour in ways that have real ecological consequences. In some cases, they protect species from harm. In others, they may lead to conflict or misunderstanding. Either way, they demonstrate the power of stories not just to describe the world, but to shape it. Even outsiders have contributed to the Amazon's bestiary of legends with teeth. European explorers arriving in the region brought their own monsters, dragons, sea serpents, sirens, and some of these ideas merged with local beliefs. Reports of giant snakes or monstrous fish were sometimes exaggerated in retellings, adding new layers to existing myths. Naturalists of the 19th and early 20th centuries often described the Amazon in terms that blurred the line between science and sensationalism, portraying it as a place of primal danger and untamed beasts. These depictions, in turn, fed back into local stories, creating hybrids of myth and observation that still circulate today. Modern science, too, has a complicated relationship with these legends. On the one hand, it seeks to separate fact from fiction, to understand the real animals and behaviours behind the stories. On the other hand, it is often guided by those very stories. Indigenous accounts of strange fish or unusual behaviours have led to the discovery of new species. Reports of giant snakes or elusive mammals have inspired expeditions that expand our understanding of the region. Even when the creatures described turn out not to exist, the search for them can yield valuable insights into the Amazon's ecology and biodiversity. Myth and science are not always opposing forces. In the Amazon, they often work together. There is another layer to these stories, one that goes beyond the creatures themselves. The monsters of the Amazon are not just animals or spirits. They are expressions of human emotion, of fear, or curiosity, respect. They embody the qualities that the river evokes in those who live beside it. The Yakumama is not just a snake. She is the overwhelming power of the river. The Encantado is not just a dolphin. It is the mystery of transformation and the unknown. The Mapinguari is not just a beast. It is the anger of the forest. These stories are ways of grappling with forces that are too vast to comprehend directly. They give shape to the unshapeable and name to the nameless. And in doing so, they reveal something about us as well. Our need for monsters is not just about fear, it is about understanding. Monsters mark the boundaries of what we know and what we don't. They stand at the edges of our maps, literal and metaphorical, reminding us that there is always something beyond. In the Amazon, those edges are everywhere. The river disappears into the forest, and the forest into the river. Day becomes night with startling speed. Creatures appear and vanish without warning. It's a place where certainty is rare and the unknown is always close at hand. In such a place, monsters are not just inevitable, they are necessary. The legends with teeth are more than just stories about the past. They are living, evolving narratives that continue to shape the present. They adapt as the river does, changing with new discoveries, new experiences, new realities. As species decline or disappear, their stories shift. As new species are discovered, new legends emerge. As the river itself changes, its flow altered by dams, its chemistry shifted by pollution, its flood cycles disrupted by climate change, the stories change too, reflecting new fears and new hopes. The monsters of the Amazon are not static. They are as alive and dynamic as the river that birthed them, and just as the stories shape how people see the river shapes the stories. It is not just a backdrop for them, but a participant. It gives them their settings, their moods, their logic. It is the reason they exist and the force that keeps them alive. Without the river, the Yakumama is just a snake, the Encantado just a dolphin, the Mapinguari just a memory. With the river they become something more, symbols of power, mystery and transformation. The river does not just breed monsters in its waters, it breeds them in the human imagination too. This interplay between myth and reality, between story and science, is part of what makes the Amazon so endlessly fascinating. It is not just a place of extraordinary biodiversity, but of extraordinary meaning. Its creatures are not just organisms, but symbols. Its waters do not just flow, they speak. Its monsters are not just things to be feared, but things to be understood. And in that understanding we find not just knowledge of the river, but knowledge of ourselves, of our fears, our desires, our need to make sense of a world that is larger than we are. As the current carries us onward, deeper into the labyrinth of water and life, the stories grow stranger still. They begin to speak not just of creatures that bite and strike and stalk, but of dangers that cannot be seen at all, of killers that move unseen through the water, that strike without warning, that operate on scales too small for the human eye. They remind us that the Amazon's capacity for monstrosity is not limited to size or strength. It extends into realms we cannot easily perceive, where the deadliest threats are measured not in meters but in microns, and where the river's power is felt in ways far subtler and far more insidious than teeth and claws. The most obvious threats in the Amazon announce themselves with size, strength and spectacle. They leap from the water with jaws agape, they glide silently until the last second, they strike with sudden violence. But not all killers here reveal themselves so boldly. Some do not need to, they are too small to see, too quiet to hear, too subtle to notice until it is already too late. They do not hunt with teeth or claws, they hunt with patience, with persistence, with chemistry, with biology. They are the invisible killers of the Amazon, the parasites, the microbes, the venoms, the toxins, the things that lurk beneath the threshold of perception, but shape life here as profoundly as any caiman or anaconda. To live in the Amazon is to live surrounded by water, and water is both life and danger. It sustains everything, yet it is also the perfect medium for things that can harm you in ways you cannot anticipate. Every drop is alive with organisms too small to see. Most of them are harmless, many are essential, but some are not. Some can change the course of a life with a single encounter. The river is a soup of microorganisms, bacteria, protozoa, viruses, many of which have evolved alongside the animals and people that depend on it. They are part of the ecosystem, part of the story of life here. But they are also reminders that the Amazon does not give life freely. It tests, it challenges, and it takes. Malaria is one of the most infamous examples. It is caused by a parasite transmitted by mosquitoes, and it has shaped human life in the Amazon for centuries. The mosquito itself is small and unremarkable, its bite barely noticeable. But within it lives Plasmodium, a microscopic organism with a complex life cycle that depends on both insect and human hosts. Once in the bloodstream, it invades liver cells, multiplies, and eventually bursts into the bloodstream again, infecting red blood cells and causing cycles of fever, chills, and anemia. Untreated, it can be fatal. The Amazon's warm, wet climate and abundant standing water provide ideal breeding conditions for mosquitoes, making malaria a persistent presence. It is not a predator in the traditional sense, but its impact rivals that of any jaguar or caiman. It kills not with teeth, but with replication. Schistosomiasis, another parasitic disease, operates in a similarly subtle way. It is caused by flatworms whose larvae are released by freshwater snails into the water. When humans wade or swim in infested water, the larvae can penetrate the skin and enter the bloodstream, where they mature and reproduce. Their eggs can cause severe inflammation and organ damage, leading to chronic illness. The snails thrive in the slow-moving waters of the Amazon's floodplains and tributaries, and the parasites thrive within them. Together they form part of a cycle that has persisted for millennia, an invisible web of life and death woven into the fabric of the river. Even fish, those icons of aquatic life, are not immune to invisible killers. Many carry parasites that can infect humans or other animals that eat them. Some parasites lodge in muscle tissue, others in the liver or intestines. Cooking usually destroys them, but traditional fishing and eating practices do not always involve heat. The result can be illness that spreads not with a bite, but with a meal. Predators that eat infected prey can become part of the parasite's life cycle, serving as hosts and helping it spread. The predator thinks it is the hunter, but it is being used. The candiru, a tiny catfish with a reputation far larger than its size, is one of the Amazon's most infamous parasites. While many stories about it are exaggerated or misunderstood, its actual behaviour is no less remarkable. The candiru is a hematophagus parasite, meaning it feeds on blood. It typically targets the gills of larger fish, where it lodges itself and consumes its host's blood before dropping away. Its ability to detect chemical cues in the water, including those released by excretion, is part of what fuels the stories about it entering human orifices. While documented cases of this happening are exceedingly rare and often disputed, the fear persists, and the candiru remains a potent symbol of how even the smallest creatures can inspire outsized dread. The Amazon's invisible killers are not limited to parasites. Venoms and toxins produced by organisms as diverse as insects, fish, frogs, and plants are among the most sophisticated weapons in nature. The sting of a bullet ant, for example, delivers a neurotoxic venom that causes intense burning pain that can last for hours. Some researchers have described it as one of the most painful experiences a human can endure. For the ant, the venom is a defense, a way to protect its colony from predators. For the creature on the receiving end, it is a lesson in the potency of small things. Other venoms are less dramatic in their immediate effects, but no less deadly. The venom of certain freshwater stingrays can cause tissue necrosis, infection, and in some cases death. These stingrays bury themselves in the riverbed, invisible to the untrained eye, and strike when stepped on. The pain is excruciating, and secondary infections from the wound are common in the humid, microbe-rich waters of the Amazon. Even when they do not kill, such injuries can incapacitate, and in a place where isolation is the norm and medical care distant, that can be deadly in itself. Some of the most dangerous toxins in the Amazon are produced not by animals but by microorganisms. Cyanobacteria, also known as blue-green algae, can bloom in stagnant or nutrient-rich waters, releasing toxins that affect the liver, nervous system, and skin. These blooms are often invisible until they reach dangerous levels, and they can kill fish, birds, and mammals, including humans, that ingest contaminated water. As deforestation and agriculture increase nutrient runoff into rivers, these blooms may become more frequent, adding a new layer of risk to waters already full of hidden dangers. Plants too wield chemical weapons. Many Amazonian plants produce alkaloids, saponins, or other compounds that can cause illness or death if ingested. Indigenous peoples have long harnessed these chemicals for hunting and fishing, using them to poison arrows or stun fish. Curare, a famous example, is derived from several different plants and has been used for centuries as a paralyzing agent. It works by blocking neurotransmission at the junction between nerves and muscles, leading to paralysis and, in high enough doses, death. The knowledge of how to prepare and use such poisons is itself a form of adaptation, a cultural response to the dangers and opportunities of the environment. Some of the most insidious killers in the Amazon are not organisms or chemicals but simply conditions, the way water and warmth combine to create perfect environments for disease. Leptospirosis, a bacterial disease transmitted through the urine of infected animals, can contaminate water sources and infect humans through cuts or mucous membranes. It causes fever, muscle pain, and in severe cases liver or kidney failure. Outbreaks often follow flooding, when people wade through water contaminated by rodent urine. The bacteria are invisible, silent, and pervasive, turning something as simple as a walk through shallow water into a potentially deadly risk. Then there are the fungal pathogens that thrive in the Amazon's humid climate. Some infect humans directly, causing respiratory or skin diseases. Others infect plants, altering the composition of the forest and the availability of resources. Still others infect insects, manipulating their behavior in ways that seem almost sinister. The Ophiocordyceps fungus, for instance, infects ants and compels them to climb vegetation before killing them, releasing spores from their elevated bodies to spread the infection further. These zombie ants are not fiction but fact, and they illustrate how even microscopic organisms can shape the behavior and fate of much larger creatures. The scale of these threats may be small, but their impact is vast. Parasites influence population dynamics by reducing the fitness of their hosts. Venoms and toxins shape predator-prey relationships, deterring some interactions while facilitating others. Microbes regulate nutrient cycles, breaking down organic matter and releasing nutrients back into the ecosystem. Even diseases that affect humans alter the ways people interact with the river and forest, influencing settlement patterns, resource use, and cultural practices. The invisible killers of the Amazon are not just hazards to be avoided, they are integral parts of the system, woven into its structure as deeply as any tree or fish or bird. And just as larger predators drive evolution, so too do these unseen forces. Hosts evolve defenses against parasites, from immune responses to behavioral adaptations like grooming or avoiding certain waters. Parasites evolve countermeasures, finding new ways to evade detection or exploit their hosts. Prey species evolve resistance to venoms, and predators evolve more potent toxins. Microbes evolve to exploit new niches created by environmental changes, and other organisms evolve strategies to resist or tolerate them. This microscopic arms race is as intense and consequential as any battle between jaguar and caiman. It shapes the forms and behaviours of the Amazon's inhabitants at the most fundamental levels. Humans have been part of this evolutionary conversation as well. Over generations, indigenous peoples have developed deep knowledge of the invisible dangers around them. They know which waters to avoid at certain times of year, how to treat wounds from venomous creatures, how to prepare plants to neutralize their toxins. Many of these practices are based on observation and trial and error, honed over centuries of living in close contact with the river. They are forms of adaptation, no less significant than the physical traits of animals, and they illustrate an important truth, that survival here requires not just strength or speed, but awareness and understanding. Modern science has begun to uncover the complexity of these interactions, revealing how deeply intertwined the visible and invisible worlds of the Amazon are. Genetic studies show how parasites and hosts co-evolve in intricate cycles. Chemical analyses reveal the sophistication of venoms and toxins, many of which have potential medical uses. Microbiological research uncovers the diversity of bacteria and fungi that inhabit the river and its surroundings, many of which play critical roles in maintaining ecosystem health. What once seemed like mere hazards are increasingly recognised as key components of the Amazon's ecological machinery. Yet even as we learn more, much remains unknown. The Amazon's microbial diversity is so vast that only a fraction of it has been described. New pathogens are likely waiting to be discovered, some of them potentially dangerous, others potentially beneficial. The interactions between microbes, parasites, hosts and environments are complex and often unpredictable. Climate change, deforestation and pollution are altering these dynamics in ways we do not fully understand, creating opportunities for some organisms and challenges for others. The invisible killers are adapting too, and the consequences of those adaptations are difficult to foresee. Their presence also forces us to reconsider what we mean by the word monster. It is easy to think of monsters as big and obvious, as things that loom or charge or strike. But the Amazon reminds us that monstrosity can be measured in microns as well as meters. A parasite that rewrites the behaviour of its host, a toxin that shuts down a nervous system, a microbe that turns water into a weapon. These are no less formidable than the jaguar's claws or the anaconda's coils. They are part of the same spectrum of danger and adaptation. They are proof that the Amazon's creativity extends in all directions, not just toward the large and spectacular, but toward the small and unseen. And in some ways, these invisible killers are even more unsettling than their larger counterparts. A caiman announces itself with eyes on the surface and a splash in the water. A jaguar leaves tracks and scat, and the remains of its prey. A parasite leaves nothing you can see until the fever starts, until the wound festers, until the body betrays itself from within. A microbe does not hunt you down. It waits for you to come to it. You can stand in water that looks clean and clear, and walk away carrying something that will change you forever. That uncertainty, that invisibility, is part of what makes these threats so powerful. They force you to acknowledge how much you do not know and cannot control. They also reveal something fundamental about the Amazon itself. This place is not just about what you can see. It is about layers upon layers of life, interacting in ways that are often invisible, but always significant. It is about the unseen threads that tie everything together, from the smallest bacterium to the largest tree. The Amazon is not just a place of big predators and dramatic hunts. It is a place where the tiniest organisms can shape the fate of entire species, where the smallest interactions can ripple outward to affect the whole. It is a place where power hides in plain sight, where danger swims not just beneath the surface but within it. As we move forward, deeper into the river's story, this idea becomes impossible to ignore. The Amazon's monsters do not exist in isolation. They are part of a larger system, one that is constantly shifting and reshaping itself. The river is not just a stage for their drama, it is a participant in it. It does not just host life, it creates and destroys it. It erases as easily as it builds, reshapes as easily as it sustains. And nowhere is that more apparent than in the way the river itself moves, in the way it carves the land, swallows it, and remakes it. Because here, even the ground beneath your feet is not safe from the river's power. Even the land must bow to the water, and in doing so, it too becomes part of the Amazon's monstrous creativity. The Amazon does not sit still. It is not a river that politely follows the same course century after century, respecting the boundaries we draw on maps. It is restless, shifting, insistent. It reshapes the land as easily as wind shapes sand, carving new paths, abandoning old ones, swallowing whole stretches of forest and creating new ones somewhere else. It devours, it rebuilds, and it does so with a patience that makes the changes almost imperceptible in a human lifetime but undeniable over longer spans of time. If predators and parasites are the teeth of this place, the river itself is its jaws, and the land is not exempt from their bite. To understand the Amazon, you have to understand that the river is not a single body of water but a vast interconnected system that changes constantly. It stretches more than 6,400 kilometers from the Andes to the Atlantic, fed by more than 100 tributaries that weave through the basin like veins. Its flow varies dramatically with the seasons, rising by as much as 15 meters during the wet season and spilling over its banks to flood an area larger than many countries. This annual flood is not a disaster here. It is the rhythm of life. It deposits nutrients, nourishes the soil and sustains the forest. But it also erases. It sweeps away riverbanks, uproots trees, and consumes land that once seemed solid and unchanging. The river's appetite for land is not a sudden or dramatic thing. It works slowly, relentlessly, like a sculptor with infinite time. The current undercuts the banks, carrying away soil grain by grain. Trees topple into the water, their roots exposed and torn. Whole sections of forest vanish over the course of a season. In their place, new channels form, new sandbars rise, new islands emerge. The river is not just moving water, it is a machine that shapes the land around it, and everything that lives here has had to adapt to that reality. For people who live along the river, this constant change is both a blessing and a curse. The rich floodplain soils are among the most fertile in the world, supporting crops and sustaining communities. But those same soils are unstable, prone to erosion and displacement. A village built too close to the river's edge may find itself in the water within a decade. Farmland that is productive one year may be gone the next. Even the course of the river itself is not fixed. In some places it is shifted by kilometres over a human lifetime, cutting off old channels and creating new ones. What was once a main river may become a quiet oxbow lake. What was once dry land may become part of the river's flow. This dynamic landscape shapes the lives of the plants and animals that inhabit it. Many species are adapted to take advantage of the river's shifting moods. The Varzea forests, those that grow on seasonally flooded floodplains, are built for impermanence. Their trees can tolerate months of submersion. Their seeds germinate quickly in freshly deposited silt, and their roots anchor them in soft, shifting soils. Some even grow adventitious roots above the waterline, allowing them to breathe when the ground beneath them is saturated. These forests are not fragile. They thrive on disturbance, on the river's habit of tearing down and building up. Animals, too, have evolved to live with the river's hunger. Many fish time their spawning to coincide with the flood, releasing their eggs into waters that will spread across the forest and provide abundant food and shelter for their young. Birds nest in places that will soon be surrounded by water, knowing that the flood will protect their chicks from ground predators. Mammals follow the water's edge as it advances and retreats, adjusting their ranges with the seasons. Even insects have synchronized their life cycles to the river's pulse. They emerge, breed, and die in step with the rise and fall of the water, their populations waxing and waning with the flood. The river's reshaping of the land is not just a seasonal phenomenon. Over geological timescales, it has transformed entire landscapes. Millions of years ago, much of what is now the Amazon basin was part of a vast inland sea. As the Andes rose, they blocked the flow of water westward and forced the river to carve a new path eastward to the Atlantic. In doing so, it reversed its direction, reorganized its tributaries, and created the largest drainage basin on Earth. The sediments it carried built up layers of soil that now support the rainforest. The landscapes we see today, the meandering channels, the floodplains, the oxbow lakes, are the products of this long, slow process of erosion, deposition, and renewal. Even now that process continues. The river's meanders migrate over time, eroding one bank while depositing sediment on the other. Oxbow lakes form when a meander is cut off from the main channel, creating isolated pockets of water that become habitats for fish, birds, and amphibians. Sandbars and islands appear and disappear, sometimes within a single season. These changes can have cascading effects on the ecosystem. When a channel shifts, it can alter the distribution of nutrients, change the flow of sediment, and reshape the habitats available to different species. It can isolate populations, creating opportunities for speciation, or reconnect them, allowing gene flow and hybridization. The river's reshaping of the land is not just a physical process, it is an ecological one, with profound consequences for the life it supports. This relentless transformation has shaped human history in the region as well. Indigenous peoples have long understood that the river is not something to be controlled, but something to be lived with. Their settlements are often mobile or temporary, designed to be moved if the river changes course. Their agriculture is adapted to the flood cycle, taking advantage of the rich silt deposited each year. Their stories and traditions reflect an intimate knowledge of the river's behaviour, its moods, its rhythms, its hunger. They know that the land beneath their feet is not permanent, that the river can take it away at any time. Modern development, however, often clashes with this reality. Roads, towns and farms built with the expectation of stability are vulnerable to the river's whims. Dams alter its flow, trapping sediments that would otherwise nourish downstream ecosystems and changing the timing and extent of floods. Deforestation accelerates erosion, stripping the land of the vegetation that holds it together. Climate change threatens to intensify floods and droughts, adding new layers of unpredictability. In trying to control the river, humans often end up destabilizing it further, setting off feedback loops that are difficult to reverse. The consequences of this are not confined to the riverbanks. When the Amazon erodes land, it carries the sediment thousands of kilometers downstream, depositing it in the river's delta and beyond. These sediments build new land, nourish coastal ecosystems and influence ocean currents. They also carry nutrients that support plankton blooms in the Atlantic, linking the river's processes to marine ecosystems far from its source. The Amazon's appetite for land, in other words, does not stop at the forest's edge. It extends all the way to the sea. The river's ability to swallow land also shapes the stories people tell about it. Many indigenous myths speak of the river as a living being that consumes and transforms. Some describe it as a serpent that devours the forest and gives birth to new land elsewhere. Others speak of spirits that dwell in the water and demand offerings before they will allow people to cross. These stories are not just metaphors. They are ways of expressing the reality that the river is alive in a sense, not conscious but active, dynamic, transformative. It is not something that simply exists. It is something that does. Even the forest itself is shaped by this process. Trees that fall into the river become rafts that carry insects, seeds and small animals downstream, helping to disperse life across the basin. Nutrients released by eroding soils feed plankton and algae, which in turn support fish and other aquatic life. New land that emerges from sediment deposits is quickly colonized by pioneer species, which stabilize the soil and pave the way for more complex communities. The river's destruction is inseparable from its creation. The two are part of the same cycle, the same endless process of change. For many species, this process is not just something to be endured, but something to be exploited. Fish like the tambaki feed on fruits that fall into the water from trees growing along the river's edge. As the river erodes those banks, it brings more trees closer to the water, increasing the supply of food. Birds that nest on sandbars benefit from the constant creation of new nesting sites as old ones are washed away. Plants that thrive on freshly deposited silt depend on the river's erosion to create the conditions they need. Even predators like the black caiman benefit from the shifting landscape, which creates new ambush sites and concentrates prey in predictable places. Yet for all its power, the river's reshaping of the land is not chaotic. It follows patterns dictated by physics and geology, by the slope of the land, the volume of water, the composition of the soil. Meanders form where currents erode the outer bank and deposit sediment on the inner one. Oxbows cut off when a bend becomes too extreme and the river seeks a shorter path. Floodplains develop where the river overflows its banks, spreading sediment across a wide area. These patterns are predictable in broad terms, even if their specifics are not. They are the river's signature, the marks it leaves on the land as it passes. The river's reshaping of the land also influences the distribution of people and cultures. Settlements rise and fall with the shifting channels. Trade routes change as waterways open or close. Territories expand or contract as land is created or destroyed. Even languages evolve in response to the river's movements, as communities are separated or brought into contact with one another. The Amazon is not just a physical force, it is a cultural one, shaping human societies as surely as it shapes the land. For scientists, the river's erosion and deposition provide valuable records of the past. Sediment cores from the Amazon's floodplains contain layers that reflect changes in climate, vegetation, and human activity over thousands of years. These records reveal how the river has shifted, how ecosystems have responded, and how humans have adapted. They show that the river's appetite for land is not new. It has been swallowing and creating land for as long as it has existed, and it will continue to do so long after we are gone. This perspective, that the river is both destroyer and creator, changes how we see its power. It is easy to focus on the loss, on the villages washed away, the forests eroded, the farmlands submerged. But those losses are part of a larger cycle that also builds, nourishes and sustains. The same forces that take land away from one place create it in another. The same currents that uproot trees deposit the soil that new forests will grow on. The same floods that destroy crops bring the nutrients that make future harvests possible. The river's hunger is not mindless destruction. It is transformation. It also reminds us that stability is not the natural state of this place. Change is. The Amazon has always been in flux, always remaking itself. To live here is to live with that reality, to accept that the ground beneath your feet may not be there tomorrow, that the river may one day flow where you stand. This is not a failure of nature. It is its essence. The Amazon does not promise permanence. It promises renewal, over and over again. And as the river reshapes the land, it reshapes the creatures that depend on it. Those that can adapt to the changing landscape thrive. Those that cannot disappear. The river's appetite becomes a selective force, favouring flexibility, mobility and resilience. It is not just a physical process, but an evolutionary one, shaping the forms and behaviours of life over generations. Even the monsters that live here, the predators, the parasites, the giants, owe their existence in part to the river's hunger. It has sculpted their world as surely as it has sculpted the land. For humans, the lesson is clear. To live with the Amazon is not to fight its power, but to understand and work with it. It is to build with the knowledge that the river may one day reclaim what you have built. It is to plant with the knowledge that the soil will change. It is to see the river not as an enemy to be conquered, but as a partner, a powerful, unpredictable partner that demands respect. Those who ignore this lesson do so at their peril. Those who learn it can thrive here, just as countless species have done before them. And as the river swallows land, it creates new stages for other dramas to unfold. New habitats emerge, new opportunities arise, new relationships form. Some of those relationships are fleeting, existing only until the river changes again. Others persist, becoming part of the fabric of life here. Among them are some of the most eerie and unsettling interactions in the Amazon. Those that unfold not in the light of day but in the darkness, when the river seems to come alive in a different way. When the sun goes down and the forest falls silent, the Amazon reveals yet another face, one that is harder to see but impossible to forget. Night in the Amazon is not just a change in light, it is a complete transformation. The river that seemed calm and familiar in daylight becomes strange and unfamiliar after sunset. The sounds change first. The chatter of birds gives way to the calls of frogs. The steady hum of insects rises into a dense wall of noise, and the occasional splash of a fish breaking the surface becomes more frequent and more urgent. The air cools slightly, heavy with moisture and the scent of plants exhaling after the heat of the day. The darkness is complete here, deeper than most people ever experience. Without the pale glow of city lights or the reflection of distant stars, it is possible to stand at the water's edge and see nothing at all, to feel the world shrinking to the few meters around you. And then the eyes appear. They hover just above the surface of the water, pairs of faint glowing orbs that catch the beam of a flashlight or the glimmer of the moon. Some are large and spaced wide apart, others small and clustered close. They blink and vanish, then reappear somewhere else. To the uninitiated, they can seem supernatural, like spirits watching from the darkness. But they are not spirits. They are the eyes of creatures that thrive in this nocturnal world, creatures for whom the night is not a time to hide but a time to hunt. The most obvious of these watchers are the black caimans. By day they bask on muddy banks or float lazily near the surface, conserving energy and soaking up heat. By night they become active hunters, their dark forms blending into the shadowed water, their eyes reflecting light back through a layer of tissue that enhances their night vision, glow red or orange in the darkness. That adaptation gives them an advantage in low light, allowing them to detect the faintest movements of prey. It also gives them a ghostly presence, as if the river itself has sprouted eyes and is watching you from every direction. Black caimans are not the only eyes that shine in the night. Smaller caiman species, like the spectacled caiman, also hunt after dark, their eyes glowing a paler hue. They lurk in shallow water near the banks, waiting for frogs, fish, birds, or mammals to venture too close. Their ambushes are swift and silent, often over before the prey even realizes it is in danger. The night gives them cover, and they use it well. Other predators take advantage of the darkness in different ways. Large catfish, such as the redtail and the piraíba, become more active at night, prowling the depths for sleeping fish or scavenging the remains of animals that have fallen into the water. Their eyes do not glow as brightly, but they are no less watchful. Many fish rely on the cover of darkness to approach prey more closely, using their lateral lines to detect vibrations and their sensitive barbels to sense movement and chemical cues. The night is a time when vision becomes just one of many tools, and those who know how to use the others hold the advantage. Some of the most striking nocturnal hunters are the giant river otters. Unlike most predators, they hunt in groups, coordinating their movements with calls and gestures even in the darkness. Their eyes reflect a dull red in torchlight, but it is their teamwork that makes them formidable. They use the cover of night to approach schools of fish undetected, herding them into shallows or corners where escape is impossible. Their hunts are often noisy affairs, full of splashing and chattering, but the result is almost always the same, a successful kill. Even the caimans give them space when they are on the hunt, knowing that a coordinated group of otters can be dangerous even to a much larger predator. Nocturnal hunting is not limited to the water. Along the riverbanks and in the trees above, a different set of eyes watches the night. Owls perch silently on branches, their enormous forward-facing eyes tuned to the faintest movements below. They swoop down on rodents, bats, and insects, their wings almost silent. Nightjars and nighthawks skim the water's surface for insects, their eyes briefly flashing as they catch the light. Bats emerge in vast numbers, their echolocation guiding them through the dark as they hunt for insect or fruit. Their presence is a reminder that the Amazon's night is not just about what happens in the water. It is an interconnected web of activity that spans from the riverbed to the canopy. Even the insects themselves are part of this transformation. Swarms of mosquitoes and midges rise from the water's surface, their numbers so great they can form clouds that move like smoke. They are both hunters and hunted, feeding on the blood of mammals and birds while becoming prey for bats, frogs, and fish. Fireflies flash their bioluminescent signals in the darkness, tiny sparks that seem to float above the water. Their light is a lure, attracting mates and sometimes prey, but it also makes them targets for predators that have learned to associate the glow with a meal. The night also belongs to the electric eel. While it is active by day as well, it often hunts most effectively in darkness, using its electric fields to sense prey hidden in the murky water. It can deliver powerful shocks that stun fish and other small animals, making them easy to capture. Its ability to hunt without relying on vision gives it a significant advantage in a world where light is scarce. In the darkness of the Amazon night, electricity becomes a form of sight. The transformation of the Amazon after dark is not just a matter of different species becoming active. The entire ecosystem shifts. Prey that rely on vision for safety must change their behavior, becoming more cautious or seeking refuge in places where predators are less likely to reach them. Some fish bury themselves in sediment, others wedge themselves into crevices. Birds roost in branches overhanging the water, wary of predators below. Mammals that drink from the river do so quickly and nervously, aware that eyes may be watching from beneath the surface. The night imposes new rules, and those who cannot follow them do not last long. Humans have long been aware of the Amazon's nocturnal transformation, and many traditions and practices reflect this awareness. Indigenous communities often avoid certain waters at night, not out of superstition but because they know that predators are more active then. Fishermen plan their work around the rhythms of nocturnal activity, taking advantage of times when certain species are more likely to be caught. Hunters listen for the calls and splashes that signal movement in the darkness, using sound rather than sight to guide them. Stories told around fires speak of glowing eyes in the night, of spirits that watch from the water, of dangers that come not with warning but with silence. The glow of eyes in the darkness is not just a visual effect. It is a reminder of the adaptations that make life possible here. The reflective layer in the eyes of caimans and many fish, known as the tapetum lucidum, amplifies available light, allowing them to see in near darkness. It is an adaptation that has evolved repeatedly in different lineages, a testament to the power of the night as a selective force. Creatures that hunt or survive in darkness gain an advantage, and over time that advantage becomes embedded in their anatomy. The same is true for behaviours. Many species have shifted their activity patterns to avoid competition or predation. Some hunt at night because their prey are more vulnerable then. Others rest during the day to conserve energy for nocturnal foraging. Still others are active at dawn and dusk, taking advantage of the transitional periods when light is low but not absent. These behavioural adaptations are as much a part of the Amazon's evolutionary story as the physical traits that make glowing eyes possible. The darkness also creates opportunities for interactions that would not happen in daylight. Predators that would otherwise avoid each other may share the same hunting grounds, their senses attuned to different cues. Prey that are too wary to venture into open water by day may do so at night, seeking food or mates. The result is a dynamic, shifting web of interactions that changes with the setting of the sun. The Amazon is not one ecosystem, but many, layered over one another in time as well as space, each with its own cast of characters and its own set of rules. And in that darkness, our own senses falter. Humans are poorly equipped for the night. Our eyes struggle in low light. Our hearing is less sensitive than that of many animals. Our sense of smell less acute. We are forced to rely on tools, flashlights, torches, the glow of fires, to pierce the darkness. Even then, our perception is limited. We see only the eyes that reflect our light, not the creatures that remain hidden. We hear only the louder sounds, not the subtle movements beneath the surface. We are in many ways blind here, and that blindness feeds our imagination. It is easy to believe in monsters when all you can see are their eyes. But those glowing eyes are not just a source of fear. They're a sign of life, of adaptation, of resilience. They are evidence of how deeply the Amazon's creatures are tuned to their environment, how they have evolved to exploit every opportunity it offers. They are reminders that darkness is not emptiness. It is another realm, one that is every bit as vibrant and complex as the world we see in daylight. It has its own hunters, its own prey, its own dramas and dangers. The presence of eyes glowing in the darkness also speaks to the Amazon scale. This is not a river that sleeps. Its activity does not pause when the sun goes down. If anything, it intensifies. The night is as much a part of the river's rhythm as the flood and the drought. It is a time when certain species rise to dominance and others retreat, when strategies shift and opportunities arise. It is part of the endless cycle of change that defines this place. For the creatures that live here, the night is not something to be feared, but something to be mastered. They have done so in countless ways, from the reflective layers in their eyes to the sensitivity of their other senses, from the timing of their activities to the strategies of their hunts. They have turned darkness from a challenge into an ally, and in doing so, they have ensured that the Amazon remains alive and active around the clock. For humans, though, the night remains a frontier. It is a realm we can enter, but never fully belong to. Our tools give us glimpses of it. Our science helps us understand it, but it is not ours. It belongs to the creatures whose eyes glow in the darkness, whose senses reach beyond our own, whose lives are woven into the rhythms of night and water. It belongs to the river itself, which seems to change character when the sun goes down, becoming something deeper, older, harder to grasp. And it is in that darkness, in those hours when the river feels most alien, that we're reminded of how much remains hidden from us. The glowing eyes are just the visible signs of a deeper mystery, the lives unfolding beneath the surface, the behaviours we have yet to witness, the creatures we have yet to discover. They are hints of a world that exists alongside ours but beyond our reach, a world that is as real and as vital as the one we see by day. The night also offers a glimpse into the past. Many of the adaptations that make nocturnal life possible are ancient, inherited from ancestors that hunted in the darkness millions of years ago. The glowing eyes of a caiman are not just tools for survival today. They are the product of evolutionary pressures that stretch back deep into time, to the age of the dinosaurs and beyond. The behaviours we see now, the silent approach of a hunting fish, the coordinated movements of a group of otters, the flicker of a firefly, are shaped by histories far older than the forest itself. And just as the night connects us to the past, it also points to the future. The challenges of darkness are constant, but the ways life responds to them are not. New adaptations arise, new behaviours emerge, new species evolve. The Amazon's nocturnal world is not fixed. It is as dynamic and ever-changing as the river that shapes it. And as the environment changes, as the climate warms, as the river's flow shifts, as human activity alters the landscape, the creatures of the night will adapt again, their eyes continuing to glow in the darkness even as the world around them changes. The glowing eyes are a reminder too that the Amazon story is not just about what we can see, it is about what we cannot. It is about the hidden, the subtle, the things that slip past our senses and yet shape the world profoundly. It is about the currents beneath the surface, the predators we never notice, the dramas that unfold in silence and darkness. The eyes that reflect our light are only the beginning. They are the visible edges of a deeper, richer reality. As we follow the river deeper still, we begin to realize that the Amazon's capacity to surprise us is not limited to the present. Its waters hide not only living creatures, but the remains of those that came before. Bones buried in silt, fossils locked in clay, echoes of worlds that vanished long before humans walked the earth. The river that devours land and shelters predators is also a keeper of memory, a repository of the past that shaped the present and hints at the future. Beneath the water, beneath the soil, beneath the layers of time, the Amazon holds the remains of monsters that no longer live, but whose shadows still shape the ones that do. The Amazon is often described as a place of relentless life, a realm of constant growth, ceaseless motion, and endless variety. But hidden beneath that living surface, beneath the water that flows and the forests that breathe, is another story. It is the story of what came before, of the lives that no longer move or grow, but that shaped everything that does. It is the story of bones buried deep in the earth and sealed beneath layers of silt, of skeletons hidden under the river's shifting currents, of creatures that swam or crawled or flew here long before we named the place. If you look closely enough, the Amazon does not just teem with life, it hums with memory. The river itself is an archive. Every year it carries millions of tons of sediment from the Andes eastward, spreading it across the basin and depositing it in layers that build up over centuries and millennia. Mixed into that sediment are the remains of countless organisms, the shells of microscopic plankton, the bones of fish, the teeth of reptiles, the trunks of trees. Some are ground down to particles so fine they are indistinguishable from the silt itself. Others remain intact, buried and preserved, waiting for time or chance to reveal them. The river is both a destroyer and a preserver. It erases landscapes, but in doing so it entombs their stories. Beneath the floodplains and oxbow lakes, in sediments laid down over millions of years, lie the fossils of creatures that would seem monstrous even by the Amazon's generous standards. Giant crocodilians prowled these waters long before humans appeared, their skulls longer than a person is tall. One of the most fearsome was Purosaurus, a predator that reached more than 12 meters in length and weighed as much as 8 metric tons. It lived during the Miocene epoch, some 8 million years ago, and it would have been an apex predator in its environment, capable of taking down large mammals and even other crocodilians. Its bite force was among the strongest of any animal that has ever lived, and its presence would have made the river a far more dangerous place than it is today. Alongside these reptilian giants swam equally formidable fish. The Miocene Amazon was home to Fractocephalus nasi, an ancestor of the modern red-tailed catfish that grew much larger than its present-day relatives. Even more impressive were the Colossoma species, massive relatives of modern pacu that fed on fruits and seeds, but could crush bone with their powerful jaws. These fish were part of a food web that included turtles the size of small cars, like Stupendomes, whose shell alone could reach 3 meters in length. Such creatures were not anomalies. They were part of a broader pattern of gigantism that characterized many Amazonian animals during the Miocene, a time when warm, wet conditions and abundant resources allowed life to grow to extraordinary sizes. On land too, giants roamed. The Amazon basin was once home to ground sloths that dwarfed any mammal alive today. Eremotherium stood over 6 meters tall when on its hind legs, its massive claws capable of stripping entire trees. Its smaller but still formidable relatives like Megatherium were equally impressive, their bulk a match for modern elephants. These creatures were herbivores, feeding on the lush vegetation that blanketed the basin, but their size alone would have made them formidable presences in the landscape. Predators like Smilodon populator, a saber-toothed cat with fangs nearly 30 centimeters long, stalked these megafauna, adding a dangerous edge to an already perilous world. Even the birds of ancient Amazonia could be monstrous. Terror birds, or forest racids, stood more than 2 meters tall and were apex predators in their own right. They could run at high speeds and deliver devastating blows with their beaks, preying on small mammals and reptiles. Their presence in South America during the Cenozoic highlights the continent's unique evolutionary path, shaped in part by its long isolation from other land masses. When North and South America were finally connected by the Isthmus of Panama around 3 million years ago, a great biotic interchange occurred, bringing new predators and prey into the Amazon and reshaping its ecosystems once again. Many of these ancient creatures vanished long before humans arrived, victims of climate shifts, changing habitats, and evolving competitors. but their bones remain, silent witnesses to the worlds they inhabited. They lie beneath riverbeds and floodplains, beneath forests and savannas, beneath places where the river once flowed but no longer does. Some are uncovered by erosion, their fossilized forms washed into view by the same waters that buried them. Others are revealed by chance, a landslide, a construction project, a curious eye noticing something odd in a riverbank. Each discovery adds another piece to the puzzle of the Amazon's past, another glimpse into the worlds that came before this one. And those worlds were not static. The Amazon has changed dramatically over geological time, shifting from shallow seas to vast wetlands to dense forests. Around 20 million years ago, much of what is now the Amazon basin was covered by the Peiba system, an enormous wetland complex that stretched for thousands of kilometers. It was a landscape of swamps, lakes, and slow-moving rivers, teeming with life both familiar and strange. Giant turtles and crocodilians thrived here, as did fish adapted to still, oxygen-poor waters. As the Andes continued to rise, the Peiba system drained and the modern Amazon River system began to take shape, flowing eastward to the Atlantic. This transformation created new habitats and new opportunities, driving waves of evolution that produced many of the lineages we see today. The river's constant reshaping of the land has also created conditions for fossil preservation that are unique in the world. Layers of sediment deposited by ancient floods can seal fossils away from oxygen and scavengers, preserving them in remarkable detail. Some fossils capture not just bones but impressions of skin, scales, or feathers. Others preserve pollen grains, leaves, or wood, offering clues about the plants that once grew here. Together, these fossils paint a picture of a landscape that was both alien and familiar, alien in its inhabitants, familiar in its rhythms of flood and drought, growth and decay. The study of these fossils is not just about cataloguing extinct species, it is about understanding the forces that shape the Amazon we know today. The rise of the Andes, for example, did more than reverse the flow of rivers. It changed rainfall patterns, altered nutrient flows, and created new habitats. These changes in turn drove evolutionary radiations and extinctions. The formation of new river channels isolated populations, leading to speciation. The creation of new floodplains allowed new types of vegetation to flourish, reshaping food webs. The fossils beneath the river record these changes layer by layer, like pages in a book written over millions of years. They also show that the Amazon has always been a place of monsters. The giants of the Miocene may be gone, but their legacy lingers in the adaptations of their descendants. The modern Arapaima, for instance, is a relic of a lineage that dates back tens of millions of years. Its size, its ability to breathe air, its reproductive strategies, all are shaped by evolutionary pressures that began in a world dominated by larger, more dangerous predators. The black caiman, too, carries echoes of its colossal ancestors in its size and behaviour. Even the electric eel, so strange and unique among fish, reflects ancient evolutionary experiments in exploiting the river's murky, oxygen-poor waters. The bones beneath the current also challenge our assumptions about stability and permanence. The Amazon we see today is not eternal. It is a snapshot in a long continuum of change. The creatures that dominate now will one day be gone, replaced by others adapted to new conditions. The river itself will shift again, carving new paths, creating new floodplains, perhaps even reversing its flow once more if tectonic forces demand it. The fossils remind us that change is the only constant here, that the Amazon has been many different places over its long history and will be many more in the future. For humans, these bones offer more than scientific insight. They offer perspective. It is easy to think of the Amazon as timeless, as something that has always been and always will be. But the fossils show us that it is neither. It is a young river in geological terms, only a few million years old in its current form. The forest that surrounds it is even younger. shaped by climatic shifts over the past tens of thousands of years. The giants that once ruled here are gone, and the giants of today, the caimans, the anacondas, the arapaimas, will one day follow them into the earth. The Amazon is ancient, but it is also transient. The bones also remind us that extinction is not just a thing of the past. It is an ongoing process, one that continues today and will continue long into the future. Human activity has accelerated it, driving species to disappear at rates far higher than the natural background. But extinction has always been part of the Amazon story. It is the flip side of evolution, the necessary counterpart to adaptation and diversification. Without extinction, there would be no space for new species to arise. Without loss, there would be no opportunity for change. And yet, there is a poignancy to those bones, a weight that goes beyond their scientific value. They are the remains of lives that were once as vibrant and real as any we see today. They are the traces of creatures that hunted and fed and bred and died, that shaped their world and were shaped by it. They are the echoes of stories that ended long ago but that still resonate in the present. To hold a fossil in your hand is to touch that past directly, to feel the continuity that links the world of Purosaurus to the world of the black caiman, the world of Stupendomes to the world of the modern river turtle. Some of those stories remain buried, waiting to be uncovered. The Amazon's vastness means that many fossils are inaccessible, hidden beneath dense forest or deep layers of sediment. Others are likely lost forever, eroded away by the river before they could be preserved. But each new discovery expands our understanding, revealing new chapters in the Amazon's long and complex history, and each reminds us that the monsters of today are just the latest in a long line of extraordinary creatures that have called this place home. There is also a deeper lesson in those bones, one that goes beyond science or history. They remind us that everything here, the river, the forest, the creatures, even the land itself, is part of a process much larger than any single moment. The Amazon is not a static thing to be preserved in amber. It is a living, changing system that has been remade countless times and will be remade countless more. The bones beneath the current are not relics of a lost world. They are signposts on a path that continues, markers of where the river has been and hints of where it might go. And perhaps most striking of all, those bones show us that the line between myth and reality has always been thin here. The stories of giant snakes, monstrous fish, and beasts that devour the unwary are not just products of imagination. They are memories, distorted by time but rooted in truth. There really were snakes big enough to swallow a person whole. There really were turtles large enough to capsize a canoe. There really were predators with teeth like knives and claws like scythes. The monsters that haunt the Amazon's myths are not inventions. They are echoes of things that once walked, swam, and hunted here. This blending of memory and myth continues today. The bones that emerge from the riverbank or the forest floor feed the stories people tell, reinforcing beliefs about creatures that may still lurk in hidden corners of the Amazon. A massive vertebra uncovered by erosion becomes evidence of a living giant snake. A fossilized shell mistaken for a rock becomes proof of a monstrous turtle waiting in the depths. Even when science identifies these remains as ancient and extinct, the stories persist because they speak to something deeper, the sense that the Amazon still holds secrets, that its waters and forests still hide creatures we have not yet seen. And who is to say that is not true? The Amazon remains one of the least explored places on Earth. New species are discovered here every year, some large enough to reshape our understanding of the ecosystem, others small but no less significant. The river's depth, its labyrinth of tributaries, its ever-changing landscape, all make it a difficult place to study comprehensively. It is not impossible that remnants of ancient lineages still survive here, tucked away in isolated pockets of habitat. Stranger things have happened in the history of life. Whether or not any true relics of the past still swim beneath the Amazon's surface, the bones buried in its depths remind us that the line between past and present is porous here. The river carries not just water and sediment, but time itself, layering the old beneath the new, blending what was with what is. The predators that lurk in the shallows, the fish that patrol the depths, the insects that swarm above the water, all are part of a lineage that stretches back through millions of years of change. And the bones beneath the current are the physical evidence of that lineage, the bridge between the monsters that were and the monsters that are. As we follow the river forward from those buried bones, we leave the realm of what once was and return to the realm of what might still be. The Amazon's depths are vast and mysterious, and even now much of them remain unexplored. There are places where no light penetrates, where the water is thick with silt and debris, where no human has ever looked. In those places anything could exist, and it is there, in the unseen reaches of the river, that the next part of the story unfolds. The part that asks not what lived here before, but what might still live here now, waiting for us to find it. The surface of the Amazon, wide and glittering under the sun, is a deception. It suggests openness, accessibility, a landscape that invites you to look across it and imagine you understand what lies beneath. But the river is far deeper than it appears, and the deeper you go, the more it withholds. Beneath that moving skin of water is a world that few eyes have seen, a labyrinth of darkness and pressure, of currents and caverns, of creatures that live and die beyond the reach of light. It is a place as vast and mysterious as the night sky, and in many ways just as unexplored. The Amazon is not a uniform channel, but a complex network of layers, each with its own character and inhabitants. Near the surface, where sunlight still penetrates, photosynthesis drives the growth of algae and aquatic plants, feeding a web of life that includes fish, insects, and birds. This is the part of the river most familiar to us, the part we see and interact with. But below that thin layer of light, the river changes. The water cools and darkens, visibility drops to almost nothing, and oxygen levels fluctuate. The organisms here are different, slower, more secretive, more specialized. They have evolved to live in a world of perpetual twilight, where sight is of little use, and survival depends on senses we can scarcely imagine. At the deepest points, the river becomes another world entirely. Some stretches of the Amazon reach depth of more than 100 meters, and in these shadowed places the water is cold and dense, the current sluggish but powerful. Sediment drifts down and accumulates, burying whatever falls with it: leaves, branches, bones, entire trees. In some places these layers are meters thick, a soft, shifting landscape that swallows anything that sinks too far. It is a world without landmarks, without horizons, where even sound behaves differently, muffled and distorted by the weight of the water. We know surprisingly little about these depths. Most of what we understand about the Amazon comes from its surface and shallow waters, because those are the parts we can most easily reach. The deeper regions are harder to study. The river's heavy load of sediment makes visibility almost non-existent, even with powerful lights. The strong currents and shifting bottom pose challenges for submersibles and remotely operated vehicles, and the sheer scale of the river, its length, its width, its countless tributaries, makes comprehensive exploration nearly impossible. Even today, vast stretches of the Amazon remain unsurveyed, their depths untouched by human instruments. What little we have seen suggests that these hidden realms are anything but empty. Explorations with sonar and submersibles have revealed steep underwater cliffs carved by ancient currents, deep pits where the river scours the bedrock, and networks of channels that branch and merge in patterns more complex than anything on the surface. Some of these features are remnants of past rivers, ghost channels left behind when the Amazon shifted course. Others are still active, shaping the flow of water and sediment in ways we are only beginning to understand. These hidden structures influence everything from the river's chemistry to its flood patterns, yet we barely know they exist. Life persists even here, in conditions that might seem inhospitable. Specialised fish species inhabit the deeper channels, many of them adapted to low oxygen levels and near total darkness. Some rely on enhanced senses of smell or vibration to find food and mates. Others use electric fields, like the electric eel, to navigate and communicate. Many are small and slow-moving, conserving energy in a place where food is scarce. But there are also larger predators, like the Piriba catfish, which can exceed 3 meters in length and prowl the depths for prey. Their lives unfold almost entirely out of sight, their behaviours known only through rare captures or fleeting glimpses on sonar screens. The sediment that blankets much of the riverbed is itself alive. It is home to countless invertebrates, worms, crustaceans, insect larvae, that burrow and feed on organic matter drifting down from above. These organisms form the base of a food web that supports larger species, linking the unseen depths to the more familiar surface waters. Bacteria thrive here too, breaking down dead material and releasing nutrients back into the water. Some of these microbes may play crucial roles in the river's nutrient cycles, yet their identities and functions remain largely unknown. Every scoop of sediment from the riverbed is a miniature ecosystem, a microcosm of life that mirrors the larger system above. Occasionally, the deep river reveals hints of creatures we do not yet understand. Fishermen tell stories of enormous fish that break their lines or drag their boats. Divers speak of shadows moving just beyond their lights, too large and too fast to identify. Scientists examining sonar readings sometimes find anomalies, shapes that do not match known species, movements that cannot be easily explained. Most of these observations have mundane explanations, but some remain unresolved. In a river this vast and unexplored, it is entirely possible that species unknown to science still lurk in the depths. The possibility is not far-fetched. New species are discovered in the Amazon every year, and many of them are found not in remote tributaries or hidden lakes, but in the main river itself. Some are small, tiny catfish, obscure invertebrates, microorganisms, but others are surprisingly large. In recent decades, scientists have described new species of giant catfish, freshwater stingrays, and even dolphins. These discoveries are reminders that the Amazon still holds secrets, even in places we think we know well. And if new species can be found near the surface, where we have looked most often, what might wait in the places we have barely touched? The idea that unknown giants might swim in the Amazon's depths has long captured the human imagination. Tales of enormous fish that overturn boats, of serpents that stretch across the river, of creatures that surface only at night and vanish without a trace. These stories have circulated for centuries. Many are likely exaggerations or misinterpretations of known animals. A large anaconda glimpsed briefly could become a serpent of impossible length. A massive Piriba seen from a distance could be transformed into a monster fish in retelling. But it's also true that rivers around the world have yielded surprises even in modern times. The discovery of the giant Mekong catfish in Southeast Asia, the Arapaima's rediscovery after being thought extinct in parts of its range. These remind us that our understanding of freshwater life is far from complete. Even without undiscovered giants, the unseen depths of the Amazon are a realm of wonder and strangeness. Consider the adaptations required to live there. Fish that breathe air to survive in oxygen-poor waters, creatures that navigate with electric fields in darkness, species that spend their entire lives buried in sediment. These are not anomalies but solutions, evolved over millions of years to meet the challenges of a difficult environment. They show us that life is not confined by our expectations. It finds ways to flourish even in places we once thought barren. The unseen depths also hold chemical and geological mysteries. The sediments at the bottom of the river record the history of the basin, changes in climate, vegetation and erosion etched into layers of silt and clay. By studying these layers, scientists can reconstruct the Amazon's past, tracing shifts in rainfall patterns, forest cover, and even volcanic activity. Isotopic signatures reveal when the Andes rose and how their erosion shaped the river. Fossil pollen grains show how plant communities have changed over millions of years. These records are invaluable for understanding not just the Amazon's history, but the dynamics of Earth's climate and ecosystems more broadly. The chemical processes occurring in the riverbed are equally significant. As organic matter decomposes in the oxygen-poor sediments, it produces methane and other greenhouse gases, which bubble up and enter the atmosphere. These emissions are an important part of the Amazon's carbon cycle, yet they remain poorly quantified. The microbes responsible for them are themselves poorly understood. Some may represent entirely new branches of the tree of life, with metabolic pathways unlike anything we have seen before. Exploring the unseen depths is not just a matter of cataloguing species. It is a journey into the fundamental workings of the planet. The river's hidden world is not confined to its main channel. Beneath the Amazon basin lies one of the largest aquifer systems on Earth, a vast reservoir of ancient water known as the Alto do Chão Aquifer. This underground system interacts with the river in ways we are only beginning to grasp, influencing its flow, its chemistry, and its ecosystems. Water seeps in and out through porous rock and sediment, carrying nutrients, minerals, and microorganisms. Some scientists believe that life deep within this aquifer may be distinct from anything found on the surface, shaped by isolation and unique conditions. If so, the unseen Amazon extends far below what we think of as the river, reaching into the hidden spaces beneath the earth itself. For indigenous peoples who have lived along the Amazon for millennia, the unseen depths are not just physical spaces but spiritual ones. They are realms of power and mystery, home to beings that exist beyond ordinary perception. Some traditions speak of giant serpents that coil in the darkness, of ancestral spirits that dwell in the deep, of creatures that guard the river's secrets. These stories reflect an understanding that the river is more than just water and sediment. It is a living force, and its depths are its heart. Whether or not these beings exist in the way the stories describe, the reverence they inspire reflects a truth science also acknowledges, that the unseen depths are central to the Amazon's identity. Our attempts to explore those depths are still in their infancy. Technologies like side-scan sonar, remotely operated vehicles and autonomous underwater drones have begun to reveal glimpses of what lies below, but they are limited by visibility, current, and scale. Mapping the entire Amazon riverbed with high resolution would be a monumental task, requiring decades of effort and immense resources. And even then, many of its secrets might remain hidden. Sediment shifts constantly, burying and uncovering features. Currents change, reshaping the landscape. Life adapts, evolves, and disappears. The unseen depths are not static. They're alive and changing, just like the river itself. This elusiveness is part of what makes them so compelling. The Amazon is one of the most studied ecosystems on Earth, yet much of it remains a mystery. Its canopy hides species we have never seen. Its soil teems with microorganisms we have never identified, and its depths, vast, dark, and largely unexplored, may hold more surprises than any of them. They remind us that exploration is not a finished project but an ongoing process. They remind us that even in the 21st century, even with satellites in orbit and probes on Mars, there are still frontiers left to cross right here on Earth. And they remind us too that the unknown is not empty. It is full of possibilities. Somewhere in those depths, unseen and unrecorded, may swim species that have never been named. Somewhere in the sediment may lie fossils that will rewrite our understanding of the Amazon's past. Somewhere in the chemical and microbial processes of the riverbed may be clues to life's resilience and adaptability. These possibilities are not fantasies, they are invitations to look deeper, to ask better questions, to expand the boundaries of what we think we know. Even the act of imagining what might live in the unseen depths is part of our engagement with them. The stories of giant fish and serpents, of spirits and monsters, are are not just products of ignorance. They are expressions of curiosity and wonder, ways of grappling with the unknown. They remind us that mystery is not a flaw to be corrected, but a feature of the world, one that drives us to explore and discover. The unseen depths of the Amazon are not empty because we do not know them. They are full precisely because we do not. And as the river continues to flow, it continues to conceal and reveal in equal measure. Sediment settles, burying traces of the past. Currents shift, uncovering what was hidden. New species evolve in isolation, while others vanish into extinction. The unseen depths are not a static archive, but a living process, one that mirrors the larger rhythms of the Amazon itself. They are a space where the past, present, and future converge, where bones from ancient worlds rest alongside the living creatures of today, where the conditions for tomorrow's life are being shaped right now. If the river's surface is a story we can read, the unseen depths are the pages we have not yet turned. They are where the Amazon keeps its secrets, where it hides its oldest memories and its newest experiments. They are where monsters might still lurk, unseen but real, waiting to be discovered or perhaps never to be found. And they are a reminder that the Amazon is not just vast in space but vast in depth, that its mysteries extend not just across the map but beneath it. The deeper we go, the clearer this becomes. The Amazon is not a single world but many layered atop one another, some visible, others hidden, all connected. Its surface teems with life we can see. Its depths harbour life we can barely imagine. Its sediments hold the ghosts of worlds that vanished millions of years ago. And all of it, the seen and unseen, the living and the dead, is part of the same vast complex system. The unseen depths are not separate from the river we know. They are its foundation, its memory, its future. And as we contemplate what might be lurking there, hidden in the darkness beneath the current, we begin to see that the Amazon's monsters are not confined to the realm of biology. Some are born of our machines and ambitions, our desire to explore and exploit, our attempts to probe and understand. As we send our tools and technologies into the depths, they encounter the river's secrets in ways we cannot predict. Sometimes they reveal wonders. Sometimes they awaken dangers. The meeting of monsters old and new, of ancient life and human invention, is one of the defining stories of the modern Amazon, and it is there, at that intersection, that the river's next chapter begins to unfold. For most of its history, the Amazon's monsters have existed without witnesses beyond those who lived among them. Their dramas played out in secret, hidden by distance, by water, by darkness. The river flowed as it always had, carving and consuming, birthing new life and burying the old, untouched by anything beyond its own rhythms. But that era has ended. In recent centuries, and especially in recent decades, another force has entered the Amazon story, one unlike anything the river has encountered before. It is not a predator or a prey species, not a plant or an animal. It is us. And with us come our machines. We bring them in boats and barges, on planes and trucks, deep into places where the forest once stood unchallenged. They dig and dredge, probe and measure, cut and burn. Some are instruments of exploration, others of extraction. Some are designed to study, others to build or destroy. All of them, in one way or another, change the Amazon. They push against its boundaries, test its resilience, and expose it to pressures it has never known. And in doing so, they come into contact with the river's monsters, sometimes intentionally, sometimes accidentally, creating encounters that are often as strange and unsettling as anything in the myths. The first encounters were simple and one-sided. Wooden canoes and dugouts slipped quietly through the water, their presence barely noticed by the creatures below. Harpoons and nets brought humans into direct contact with fish and reptiles, but the balance of power still lay with the river. A misstep could overturn a boat, a submerged log could crush it, A caiman could drag a person under before anyone could react. The Amazon's monsters remained dominant. Our technology was not yet enough to change that. As centuries passed, our machines grew more capable. Steamships pushed against the current, carving reliable routes deep into the interior. Roads and railways crept closer to the river, bringing settlers, soldiers, missionaries, and merchants. With them came new tools, firearms, engines, sawmills, that allowed humans to reshape the landscape on a scale never before possible. The monsters of the Amazon, once untouchable, began to retreat. Some were hunted to near extinction. Their skins or meat or bones turned into commodities. Others were displaced as forests fell and riverbanks eroded. The river itself changed as dams were built and channels were dredged, its flow altered by forces it could not counter. But the encounter was never one-sided. The Amazon pushed back, sometimes violently. Machines sank in sudden floods, swallowed by currents they could not resist. Engines corroded in the humid air, their metal eaten away by time and water. Settlements were washed away by rising rivers, reclaimed by the forest when human plans failed. Diseases carried by invisible killers swept through camps and towns, humbling those who thought themselves masters of the land. The river reminded us that it was not an inert backdrop but a living force, capable of erasing our work as easily as we created it. In recent decades, our machines have become more sophisticated and our presence more intrusive. Satellites now scan the Amazon from orbit, measuring its flow, mapping its forests, tracking its changes over time. Sonar arrays and underwater drones probe its depths, revealing features and creatures once hidden from view. Dams and hydroelectric plants harness its power, altering its rhythms to suit human needs. Barges carry minerals and timber along its length, and pipelines snake beneath its waters. Roads and cities sprawl along its banks, bringing with them pollution, noise, and light. The Amazon has become a place where monsters and machines meet not just at the surface but at every level, from the depths of the riverbed to the edge of the atmosphere. Some of these encounters have yielded remarkable discoveries. Remotely operated vehicles have captured images of deep water fish species previously unknown to science. Their strange forms adapted to life in perpetual darkness. Sonar mapping has revealed underwater formations that suggest ancient river channels, and even possible traces of human structures long buried by sediment. Satellite data has shown how the river's seasonal floods pulse through the basin, connecting forests and wetlands in ways we never understood before. These technologies have expanded our knowledge of the Amazon immeasurably, turning what was once invisible into something we can study and understand. Yet exploration is not always benign. The same machines that reveal the Amazon's secrets also expose it to new dangers. Mining operations driven by heavy equipment scar the landscape and release mercury into the water, poisoning fish and the people who eat them. Dams block the migrations of fish and flood vast areas of forest, destroying habitats and releasing massive amounts of greenhouse gases from decomposing vegetation. Dredging for navigation alters the river's flow and sediment dynamics, with consequences that ripple through the ecosystem. Even the noise and vibration of engines can disrupt the behavior of aquatic life, disorienting fish that rely on sound and vibration to navigate. These changes do more than affect individual species. They alter the relationships that define the Amazon's ecosystems. Predators lose access to prey when migration routes are blocked. Fish that depend on floodplain forest for spawning find their habitat submerged too deeply or too shallowly. Plants that rely on seasonal flooding for seed dispersal face altered water regimes. The monsters of the Amazon, the caimans, the anacondas, the arapaimas are resilient, but they are not invincible. They evolved in a world shaped by the river's rhythms, and when those rhythms change too quickly, even the most ancient lineages can falter. And yet, the story is not just one of destruction. Some encounters between monsters and machines are collaborative, even symbiotic. Scientists use satellite tags and underwater sensors to track the movements of giant fish and reptiles, revealing migration patterns and behaviours that were once mysteries. Acoustic monitoring devices listen for the calls of river dolphins, helping researchers understand their communication and population dynamics. Genetic sequencing technologies allow scientists to study the diversity of microbial life in the river's sediments, uncovering new species and new metabolic pathways. These tools deepen our understanding and in some cases help us protect the creatures we study. In certain cases, the monsters themselves adapt to our presence. Fish gather beneath floating docks and boats, drawn by the shade and the food scraps that fall from human activity. Caimans bask on artificial structures built for river traffic, using them as resting platforms. Birds nest on power lines and buildings, exploiting new opportunities created by development. Even some invasive species, introduced accidentally through shipping or deliberately through aquaculture, find niches in the altered ecosystem, sometimes displacing native species, sometimes becoming prey for them. The Amazon is a place of constant adaptation, and the line between natural and artificial is increasingly blurred. Still, there is tension in this meeting. Our machines are powerful, but they are often clumsy compared to the subtlety of the river's systems. A dam can generate electricity for millions, but it can also fragment habitats and disrupt nutrient cycles that took millions of years to evolve. A road can connect remote communities, but it can also open pathways for deforestation and poaching. A dredged channel can improve navigation, but it can also change sediment deposition in ways that erode riverbanks and alter floodplains. Each intervention carries consequences, and those consequences ripple outward in ways we cannot always predict. The monsters respond in kind. Some retreat, their ranges shrinking as habitats disappear. Others change their behaviour, shifting their feeding grounds or breeding sites. A few become more dangerous, encountering humans more frequently as their territories overlap. Black caimans that once hunted far from settlements now patrol the edges of towns. Piranhas gather near docks where fish waste is dumped. Anacondas take refuge in irrigation canals and drainage ditches. These encounters are not just the result of curiosity or aggression. They are signs of ecosystems under pressure, of ancient rhythms disrupted by new forces. In some cases, the consequences are immediate and dramatic. Flooding caused by dam failures has released caimans and anacondas into areas where they had never been seen before, startling residents unaccustomed to their presence. Mercury pollution from gold mining has accumulated in fish, poisoning predators up the food chain, including humans. Boat traffic has collided with manatees and dolphins, injuring or killing them. The monsters of the Amazon, once largely hidden from view, are now more visible than ever. Not because they have changed, but because we have brought ourselves into their world. There is irony here. Many of the technologies that threaten the Amazon are also the ones we rely on to understand and protect it. The same satellites that track deforestation also help enforce laws against illegal logging. The same dams that fragment rivers can, if designed properly, include fish passages and sediment release mechanisms that mitigate their impact. The same mining techniques that pollute water can, if regulated, reduce their environmental footprint. Our machines are not inherently destructive. They are tools, and like any tools, their effects depend on how we use them. They also reflect something fundamental about us. Just as the monsters of the Amazon are shaped by the river's power, our machines are shaped by our desire to understand and control it. They are extensions of our curiosity and our ambition, our fear and our hope. We build them to illuminate what is hidden, to harness what is powerful, to protect what is fragile. Sometimes they succeed, sometimes they fail. But in their successes and failures alike, they reveal our relationship with the Amazon, a relationship defined by fascination, dependence, and conflict. The encounters between monsters and machines are also mirrors, showing us how we see ourselves. When we deploy a sonar drone to map the riverbed, we are acknowledging that we do not know as much as we thought. When we build a dam that disrupts the migration of fish, we are reminded that our actions have consequences beyond what we intend. When a giant fish pulls a researcher's instrument into the depths, we are confronted with the fact that the river's power still exceeds our own in many ways. These moments humble us, forcing us to recognize that we are not masters here, but participants in a story much larger than ourselves. And that story is still unfolding. The machines we build today are more advanced than any that came before, but they are only the beginning. Future technologies may allow us to see deeper into the river, to map its hidden structures in greater detail, to track its creatures with unprecedented precision. They may help us mitigate the damage we cause, designing infrastructure that works with the river's rhythms rather than against them. They may even allow us to restore what has been lost, replanting forests, reconnecting habitats, reviving populations. The potential is immense, but so are the risks. The more deeply we intervene, the more profound the consequences of our actions become. The monsters, too, will continue to change. Some will adapt to the altered river and thrive. Others will disappear, unable to cope with the pace of change. New species may emerge, shaped by new conditions. The interactions between life and machine, between nature and technology, will grow more complex and more entangled, and through it all, the Amazon will continue to flow, reshaping itself as it always has, absorbing and transforming whatever we throw into it. There is a temptation to see this meeting of monsters and machines as a battle, a struggle between wildness and civilization, between nature and human progress. But that framing misses the deeper truth. It is not a battle so much as a negotiation, one that has been underway since the first human set foot on the river's banks. It is messy and fraught, full of unintended consequences and unforeseen outcomes. It is also inevitable. We are part of this system now, and our machines are part of it too. The question is not whether they will shape the Amazon, but how. And how we answer that question will determine much about the Amazon's future. Will the river's monsters continue to thrive alongside our machines, adapting and evolving as they always have? Or will they fade into memory, their bones joining those buried beneath the current? Will our technologies help us understand and protect this place? Or will they drive it past a point of no return? These are not questions for some distant future. They are questions we are answering right now, with every decision we make. What is certain is that the Amazon will endure, though it may not be the Amazon we know. It has survived ice ages and warming periods, sea level rises and tectonic shifts. It has seen giants rise and fall, species appear and vanish. It will survive us too, though what form it takes will depend in part on the choices we make. Our machines will leave their mark on the river, on its monsters, on the land, just as the river leaves its mark on us. And in the end, the encounter between monsters and machines may reveal more about us than it does about them. It shows us the limits of our power, the consequences of our ambition, the depth of our ignorance, and the reach of our curiosity. It shows us that we are not separate from the Amazon but part of it, bound by the same forces that shape its creatures and its flow. It shows us that the monsters are not just out there in the water. They are within us, in our desires and fears, in our capacity for creation and destruction. The meeting of monsters and machines is not the end of the story. It is another beginning. And as we move deeper into that story, we find that the monsters we fear and the machines we build are reflections of the same thing. Our attempt to grapple with a world that is larger, older, and more powerful than we are. That attempt has brought us closer to understanding the Amazon than ever before. It has also brought us closer to something else, a deeper awareness of why we seek monsters in the first place, and why we cannot stop looking for them. Because the Amazon's monsters are not just creatures that live in water or forest. They are ideas too, embodiments of our fascination with the unknown, our need to confront what we do not understand. They are the shapes we give to mystery. And in the meeting between them and our machines, that mystery does not disappear. It deepens. It becomes more intricate, more layered, more compelling. And it leads us onward, deeper still, toward the questions that lie at the heart of this place. Questions not just about the Amazon's creatures, but about ourselves and why we are drawn to them. Fear is one of the most constant companions of the Amazon. It is not always the loud, overwhelming terror of a sudden threat. More often, it is quiet, creeping, the kind that comes when you realize how little control you actually have. To walk into the forest or set out onto the river is to surrender yourself to a place that operates on rules older than you and indifferent to your plans. You do not always know what moves beneath the water, what hides in the trees, or what might emerge when the sun sets. That uncertainty is unsettling, and yet it is also the same thing that keeps us coming back, the reason people continue to ask questions, to tell stories, to search for what lies just beyond the edge of their knowledge. The Amazon is an ecosystem built on ambiguity. You can never see all of it at once. The canopy blocks the sky, the understory blocks the ground, the river muddies the view beneath the surface. There is always more than you can perceive. A rustle in the bushes could be a capybara or a jaguar. A ripple on the water could be a fish or an anaconda. A pair of glowing eyes in the dark could be a caiman or something you cannot name. That ambiguity feeds the imagination. When you cannot see clearly, your mind fills in the gaps, often with possibilities far larger and more dangerous than reality requires. And in a place like this, where so many creatures really are larger, stranger, or more dangerous than you expect, those imaginings do not feel unreasonable. Fear has always shaped our relationship with the Amazon. The first people to live along its banks told stories of beings that watched from the river, spirits that lived in the trees, monsters that hunted in the dark. These stories were not simply cautionary tales. They were a way of understanding a world that seemed alive in every detail, where danger could come from anywhere and safety was never guaranteed. By giving fear a name, calling it a serpent, a dolphin spirit, a giant bird, people made it something they could talk about, something they could respect, something they could prepare for. Myths turned fear from chaos into narrative, from an overwhelming feeling into something that could be shared. Even now, when science has mapped much of the Amazon's diversity and catalogued thousands of its species, fear continues to guide our curiosity. It is one thing to know, in theory, that piranhas rarely attack humans unless provoked or desperate. It is another to hear the splash of fish in dark water and wonder what sharp teeth might be waiting just out of sight. It is one thing to understand that anacondas are ambush hunters who spend most of their time waiting for prey. It is another to feel the brush of something heavy against your leg in a murky river. Knowledge tempers fear, but it does not erase it. Instead, it sharpens it, turning it into a more complex relationship, one where we are afraid but also fascinated, cautious but also compelled to know more. This combination of fear and curiosity is powerful. It is what drives people to explore places they know are dangerous, to study animals that could easily harm them, to dive into waters that hide predators. It is what pushes scientists to set camera traps in jaguar territory, to track caimans through flooded forests, to tag giant catfish that can drag them across a river. Each of these actions carries risk, but the desire to know outweighs it. Fear is not just an obstacle, it is a motivator. It sharpens the senses, heightens awareness, makes every discovery feel more vivid. Without fear, curiosity might not have the same urgency. The very act of confronting what frightens us is part of what makes discovery satisfying. For many, the Amazon's fear is not about physical danger alone, but about scale. The river is vast, the forest immense, the diversity overwhelming. To step into it is to feel small, insignificant, almost swallowed. That feeling can be frightening, because it reminds us of how fragile we are, how dependent on circumstances beyond our control. But it also sparks awe. The same immensity that intimidates us also captivates us. We fear being lost in the Amazon, but we also long to see how far it stretches, how deep it goes, what it contains that we have never imagined. Fear of being overwhelmed becomes the reason we want to explore, to map, to measure, to tell stories that make sense of what we see. Fear has also shaped science itself. Many of the earliest European accounts of the Amazon describe monstrous creatures and hostile environments, full of exaggerations and half-truths. Sailors spoke of man-eating fish, serpents large enough to block the river, and forests so dense that sunlight never touched the ground. These stories were meant to warn, to prepare others for the dangers ahead, but they also attracted attention. Explorers came not just despite the fear, but because of it, eager to see whether the stories were true. In time, science replaced myth with data, but the same dynamic remained. Reports of giant fish or strange sounds still draw researchers who want to separate fact from legend. Fear creates the story. Curiosity pursues the truth behind it. This cycle continues today. Fishermen tell of creatures that break their nets or drag their boats, and scientists set out to find what species could explain those encounters. Locals describe rivers that suddenly become dangerous, and researchers study water chemistry, parasites, or seasonal changes that could account for the shift. Each fearful story becomes a hypothesis, each unsettling experience an opportunity for investigation. Sometimes the truth is more mundane than the fear suggested, but sometimes it reveals something stranger than expected. A species larger than previously recorded, a behaviour never observed, a phenomenon that changes how we understand the ecosystem. Fear is not an enemy of knowledge. It is one of its sources. The Amazon teaches us that fear is not something to eliminate, but something to work with. Animals live by it. Prey species survive because they are attuned to the smallest signs of danger. Predators succeed because their prey are afraid enough to flee, but not cautious enough to escape entirely. Fear keeps the system in balance. A fish that fears too little is eaten. A bird that fears too much starves. Every creature negotiates that balance, adjusting its behaviour to survive. Humans are no different. Our fears shape where we live, how we travel, what we eat, what we avoid. And in the Amazon, where danger is everywhere, that balance is especially delicate. But unlike other animals, we turn our fear into stories, and those stories become tools. They warn us about real dangers. Don't swim where piranhas are hungry. Don't walk near the water at night where caimans hunt. Don't linger in places where snakes may strike. They also push us to imagine dangers that may not exist, but that prepare us nonetheless. A child warned about a river spirit may not know what a caiman is, but they will learn to treat the water with caution. A hunter told of a monstrous bird may not believe in its literal existence, but he will listen for the sounds of predators in the forest. Fear, translated into narrative, becomes a way of passing down survival strategies. It also becomes a way of framing the unknown. Every new discovery in the Amazon begins as an unknown, and the unknown is inherently unsettling. What lies in that dark water? What makes that sound in the trees? What caused that sudden disappearance of fish in the floodplain? Without an explanation, our minds reach for possibilities, often guided by fear. Those possibilities lead us to look more closely, to investigate, to test. Fear is the spark that lights the flame of inquiry. Curiosity is the fuel that keeps it burning. Even in modern science, fear plays a role in shaping questions. Researchers who study zoonotic diseases, those that spread from animals to humans, are motivated in part by fear of outbreaks. Conservationists are driven by fear of extinction, fear of losing species before we understand them. Climate scientists are spurred by fear of the Amazon reaching a tipping point, shifting from rainforest to savanna. These fears are not irrational. They're grounded in evidence. But they are also emotional, and that emotional charge is part of what gives the work urgency. Fear focuses attention. It makes us ask not just what is happening, but what could happen if we do nothing. At the same time, fear reminds us of humility. When we're afraid, we're acknowledging that we do not have control. That admission is uncomfortable, but it is also valuable. It keeps us from assuming too much, from thinking we understand more than we do. In the Amazon, overconfidence can be deadly. A researcher who assumes a caiman is too small to be dangerous. A traveller who assumes the current is too weak to pull them under. A community that assumes the forest will always provide. All risk being proven wrong. Fear tempers arrogance. It encourages respect for forces larger than ourselves, and that respect can be transformative. It shifts our perspective from seeing the Amazon as something to conquer or exploit to something to live with and learn from. It makes us cautious but also attentive, careful but also curious. It makes us notice details we might otherwise miss. The way fish scatter at a ripple, the sound of wings in the night, the sudden silence that means something is near. Fear is a teacher, and in the Amazon its lessons are constant. It is also paradoxically a source of wonder. The same things that frighten us, the vastness of the river, the darkness of the forest, the unseen creatures that move within it, are also the things that fascinate us. We fear what we cannot see, but we are also drawn to it. We fear what we do not understand, but we want to understand it. The monsters of the Amazon exist at that intersection. They are frightening because they are powerful, because they are hidden, because they remind us of our vulnerability. But they are also the creatures we most want to know, the ones we tell stories about, the ones we search for even when it is dangerous to do so. The Amazon would not be the Amazon without this tension. If it were safe, predictable, fully mapped, it would lose much of what makes it compelling. Its richness lies not just in its diversity of life, but in the way that life resists easy understanding. Its power lies not just in its scale, but in its unpredictability. Fear keeps us from taking it for granted. It reminds us that this place is not ours to command. It keeps us curious, because curiosity is the only way to make sense of fear without being consumed by it. And so the Amazon continues to pull us deeper. We're afraid of its monsters, but we seek them out. We're afraid of its depths, but we probe them anyway. We're afraid of what we might lose, but that fear drives us to protect it. Fear keeps us moving, keeps us asking, keeps us aware that the story of this river is larger than us and still unfinished. It keeps us humble, but it also keeps us hungry to know more. As we move forward, beyond the fear itself, we begin to see that it is not only about monsters and dangers, it is also about reflection. The Amazon does not just frighten us with what it contains, it frightens us because it shows us something about ourselves, our limits, our vulnerability, our curiosity, and our resilience. It is a mirror made of water, and in its shifting surface, we see not just the creatures that live there, but the ways we respond to them, the ways fear and curiosity shape who we are. Every river reflects what surrounds it, but the Amazon reflects more than the sky and the trees. It reflects us. It reflects the stories we tell, the fears we carry, the questions we ask, and the choices we make. To look into it is not just to see a body of water, but to see a mirror, one that shows us something about ourselves we might not see anywhere else. The Amazon has always been a place of monsters and mysteries, but it has also always been a place where humanity comes face to face with itself, with its beliefs, its ambitions, its mistakes, and its possibilities. From the moment humans first arrived along its banks, the Amazon has been more than just a source of water and food. It has been a canvas for meaning. People projected onto it their hopes and fears, their understanding of the world and their place within it. The river became a symbol of life and death, of danger and abundance, of chaos and order. It was both a giver and a taker, both a path and a barrier. And because it could be so many things at once, It became a mirror in which people saw different versions of themselves. For the indigenous peoples who have lived with the Amazon for millennia, the river's mirror is deeply personal. It reflects their history, their identity, their relationship with the land. Its waters carry the memory of their ancestors, and its creatures embody their myths. A pink river dolphin is not just an animal. It is a being with agency, a figure in stories that teach respect and caution. A giant snake is not just a predator. It is a guardian or a spirit, a reminder of forces beyond human control. These interpretations are not primitive misunderstandings of nature. They are ways of integrating human life into a larger web of meaning, ways of acknowledging that humans are part of the Amazon, not apart from it. When outsiders first encountered the Amazon, they too saw themselves reflected in it, but often in different ways. European explorers in the 16th and 17th centuries looked into the river and saw danger, opportunity, and the unknown. They described it in terms that revealed their own worldview. The dense forest became a wilderness to be conquered. The abundance of life became a resource to be exploited. The unknown creatures became monsters that threatened their safety or treasures that might enrich them. The river was not just a physical space. It was a projection of their ambitions and anxieties. They saw in it a test of their strength, their courage, their capacity to impose order on chaos. Those early reflections still shape how the Amazon is seen today. To some, it remains a frontier, a place to be explored, mapped, and studied. To others, it is a resource, a source of timber, minerals, water, and land. To still others, it is a sanctuary, a last refuge of biodiversity that must be protected from human harm. Each of these views says as much about us as it does about the river. They reveal our priorities and values, our fears and hopes. They show how we define progress, how we measure worth, how we understand our place in the natural world. The monsters of the Amazon reflect us too. The stories we tell about them are often stories about ourselves. The river dolphin that lures people into the water is a warning about desire and deception. The giant snake that swallows boats whole is a metaphor for nature's power and humanity's vulnerability. The piranhas that strip flesh from bone speak to our fear of being consumed, literally or metaphorically, by forces we cannot control. Even the real creatures we study, the anaconda, the black caiman, the arapaima, become mirrors when we talk about them. They show us what we fear, what we admire, what we envy. They show us how we measure strength and intelligence, how we define danger and beauty. Our fascination with these creatures reveals our complicated relationship with nature. We're drawn to them because they are powerful and strange, because they remind us of a time when humans were not at the top of every food chain. They force us to confront the fact that we are not the only beings that matter here, and in doing so, they expose our ambivalence, our desire to control nature, and our longing to be part of it, our fear of its power and our admiration for its resilience. The Amazon's monsters hold up a mirror to our contradictions. The river also reflects our impact. Every change we make to its flow, every tree we cut from its banks, every chemical we pour into its waters becomes part of its story. The dams that slow its current reflect our hunger for power. The roads that cut through its forests reflect our desire for connection and control. The pollutants that accumulate in its sediments reflect our carelessness and short-sightedness. When we look into the Amazon now, we do not just see trees and fish and water. We see ourselves, our fingerprints on every part of the landscape, our decisions shaping the fate of countless species. This reflection is not always comfortable. The Amazon shows us the consequences of our actions in ways we cannot ignore. It shows us eroded riverbanks where forests once stood. It shows us fish with mercury in their flesh, victims of our mining. It shows us drying tributaries where dams have altered the flow. It shows us fires where there should be rain. These are not abstract concepts. They are physical realities written into the landscape. They are the river's way of holding up a mirror and asking whether we are prepared to face what we see. But the mirror does not only show destruction, it shows resilience too. It shows forests regrowing after being cleared, rivers finding new paths after being dammed, species adapting to new conditions. It shows communities finding ways to live sustainably with the river, combining traditional knowledge with modern science. It shows efforts to restore habitats, to protect endangered species, to reduce pollution. These reflections remind us that our relationship with the Amazon is not fixed. It is something we can change, for better or for worse. The mirror is also a tool for understanding ourselves in a deeper sense. The Amazon forces us to confront fundamental questions about who we are and what we value. Are we a species apart from nature, or are we part of it? Is our purpose to dominate the natural world or to coexist with it? How much are we willing to sacrifice for convenience, for profit, for comfort? How much are we willing to protect for beauty, for diversity, for life itself? These are not easy questions, and the Amazon does not provide simple answers, but it does not let us avoid them either. They are reflected back at us every time we look into its waters. The mirror works on a more intimate level too. Standing at the edge of the river, it is hard not to feel small. The water moves with a patience that makes human lifetimes feel brief. The forest stretches beyond sight, indifferent to our presence. The creatures that move through it follow rhythms that have nothing to do with us. That perspective can be unsettling, but it is also grounding. It reminds us that we are part of something larger, that our lives are woven into a fabric we did not create and cannot fully control. It challenges the illusion that we are the center of everything. This perspective can change how we act. It can make us more cautious, more respectful, more thoughtful about the choices we make. It can also make us more curious, more eager to understand the systems that sustain life here. The Amazon's mirror shows us that we are both powerful and powerless, capable of altering landscapes on a massive scale, yet dependent on those landscapes for our survival. It shows us that we are not separate from the monsters we fear or the ecosystems we study. We are part of the same story. The reflection is not static. As we change, so does what we see in the river. In the past, explorers looked into it and saw a hostile wilderness. Today, many look and see a fragile treasure. Future generations may look and see something else entirely. A restored ecosystem, perhaps, or a diminished remnant. The mirror reflects not only who we are now, but who we have been and who we might become. It records our actions and our intentions, our failures and our successes. It holds us accountable in a way few other places can, and because the Amazon is so vast and complex, the mirror is never complete. It does not offer a single simple image. It offers many overlapping reflections, each showing a different aspect of ourselves. One reflection shows our ingenuity, the technology we use to explore and study the river. Another shows our greed, the resources we extract without regard for the consequences. Another shows our capacity for care, the efforts we make to protect and restore what we have harmed. Still another shows our ignorance, the vastness of what we still do not know. Together these reflections form a portrait of humanity as it is, flawed, ambitious, curious, destructive, creative. The Amazon's monsters reflect us in ways we might not expect. The caiman's patience mirrors our own when we wait for results. The anaconda's stealth mirrors our ability to move unseen until we choose to act. The arapaima's adaptability mirrors our capacity to adjust to changing circumstances. Even the river's most alien inhabitants, the electric fish, the bioluminescent bacteria, mirror our drive to innovate, to find new ways to sense and shape the world. These creatures are not just part of the Amazon story. They are metaphors for our own. And just as the monsters mirror us, so too do our machines. The sonar pulses we send into the depths echo our desire to know what lies beyond sight. The dams we build reflect our urge to harness and control. The satellites that map the forest reflect our need to see the whole picture, even when it is beyond our reach. Our technology is an extension of ourselves, and when it meets the Amazon, it becomes part of the reflection too. Sometimes the mirror shows us at our best, ingenious, determined, capable of great things. Sometimes it shows us at our worst, short-sighted, reckless, blind to consequences. Always it shows us as we are. In the end, the Amazon's mirror is not about the river alone. It is about the relationship between us and the river, between humanity and the natural world. It shows us that the monsters we fear are not just out there, but inside us, in our greed, our curiosity, our capacity for both harm and healing. It shows us that the river's power is not just physical but symbolic, a reminder of forces larger than ourselves. It shows us that the choices we make ripple outward, shaping not just the Amazon's future but our own. And perhaps most importantly, the mirror shows us that we are still learning. For all our technology and knowledge, the Amazon remains full of mysteries we cannot explain. For all our power, we are still vulnerable to its floods, its diseases, its shifting climate. For all our ambition, we are still dependent on the systems it sustains, the oxygen its forests produce, the water its rains provide, the biodiversity its ecosystems support. The mirror does not flatter us. It shows us the truth, whether we want to see it or not. As we look deeper into that reflection, we begin to see time itself mirrored there. The river's flow is not just a movement of water, but a movement of ages, carrying with it the memory of what has been and the possibility of what will be. The creatures we see today are the descendants of those that swam here millions of years ago, shaped by forces that continue to act. The changes we make now will ripple forward, shaping the Amazon of the future. The mirror does not just show us who we are, it shows us who we are becoming. And that realization leads us to another layer of the story. The Amazon is not just a mirror of humanity, it is a mirror of time. It shows us the slow, patient work of evolution, the rise and fall of species, the cycles of flood and drought that shape life over millennia. It shows us that the monsters we fear and the ecosystems we study are part of a much longer story, one that stretches far beyond our lifetimes. The reflection deepens as we look closer, drawing us toward that story, toward an understanding of time itself as it flows through the river, shaping everything it touches. Time in the Amazon does not move like it does elsewhere. It is not measured in clocks or calendars, not carved into neat units of hours and days. It flows like the river itself, slow in some places, rushing in others, branching and meandering and looping back on itself. It does not announce its passing with loud events or sudden changes. It works quietly, steadily, shaping everything around it in ways that are often invisible until much later. To understand the Amazon is to understand time in this different way, not as a thing we manage and control, but as a force that shapes us as surely as it shapes the forest and the water and the creatures within them. The Amazon itself is a monument to deep time. Its origins stretch back tens of millions of years, to a period when South America was an isolated continent, and the Andes were only beginning to rise. Back then, the rivers of the region flowed westward into a vast inland sea. As tectonic forces pushed the Andes higher, they blocked that flow, reversing the direction of rivers and sending them eastward toward the Atlantic. The Amazon, as we know it, began to take shape around 11 million years ago, and over that immense span of time, it carved its path across the continent, building the basin that now drains a fifth of the world's fresh water. The river's present form is just one chapter in a much longer story. Its channels have shifted countless times, abandoning old courses and carving new ones. Its floodplains have expanded and contracted. Its tributaries have merged and split. Whole ecosystems have come and gone in its wake. Species that once thrived here have vanished, replaced by others better suited to new conditions. What we see now, the wide meandering river, the labyrinth of tributaries, the flooded forests, is not permanent. It is a moment in an ongoing process, shaped by time and destined to change again. The creatures of the Amazon carry the imprint of that slow current in their bodies and behaviours. Every adaptation, every behaviour, every interaction is the product of millions of years of evolution. The black caiman's powerful jaws and armoured skin are the result of lineages that survived countless environmental shifts and predators. The anaconda's size and stealth evolved over ages of hunting in murky waters. The arapaima's ability to breathe air developed in response to oxygen-poor waters that have existed for millions of years. Even the electric eel's ability to generate electricity is the product of evolutionary pressures stretching deep into the past. Time shaped these creatures as surely as the river shaped its course. The forest, too, is a product of deep time. Its trees are descendants of lineages that survived ice ages and warming periods, droughts and floods. Their roots dig into soils enriched by millions of years of decay and renewal. Their seeds are carried by animals whose relationships with them were forged over evolutionary timescales. The interactions that define the forest, pollination by insects, seed dispersal by birds and mammals, nutrient cycling by fungi and microbes, are not accidents. They are the result of long histories, refined and reinforced by the slow current of time. Even the soil beneath the forest floor tells a story measured in millennia. Layers of organic matter build up over centuries, forming rich, dark earth that sustains the dense vegetation above. Ancient river sediments deposited millions of years ago form the foundation of the landscape, their composition influencing which plants grow where. Charcoal layers left by fires set by indigenous peoples hundreds or thousands of years ago still shape the distribution of nutrients and species today. The Amazon is not just a product of natural forces but of human actions that stretch deep into the past, actions that have become part of the ecosystem's fabric. Time's slow current does not just shape the Amazon, it also shapes how we understand it. Much of what we know about the river and its ecosystems comes from looking backward, from studying fossils, sediments, tree rings, genetic lineages. These records allow us to see beyond the present, to reconstruct the worlds that came before, and to understand how they gave rise to the world we see now. They show us that the Amazon has always been in flux, that change is not the exception, but the rule. They remind us that the stability we see is often an illusion, a brief pause in a much longer process. That perspective can be difficult for us, because human time moves differently. Our lives are measured in decades, our civilizations in centuries. Even our longest histories rarely stretch beyond a few thousand years, a blink in the Amazon story. We build cities and think they are permanent. We plant crops and think the land will always yield. We dam rivers and think we have changed them forever. But in the scale of the Amazon, these actions are temporary. The river has outlasted mountains. It has carved through rock that once seemed immovable. It has erased landscapes and created new ones. It will outlast us too. This difference in timescales creates tension in how we think about the Amazon. We want quick results, immediate discoveries, rapid growth, fast solutions. But the river does not move at that pace. Its transformations unfold slowly, over centuries and millennia. Forests take decades to regrow. Species take thousands of generations to evolve new traits. Sediments take millennia to build floodplains. Even the damage we cause unfolds on different timescales. A tree cut today may take centuries to replace. A dam built today may reshape fish populations for generations. A shift in climate driven by our actions may alter the river's flow for thousands of years. Time in the Amazon moves slowly, but its consequences last long. Understanding this slow current is crucial if we hope to protect the Amazon. Conservation cannot be measured in election cycles or quarterly reports. It must be measured in decades and centuries, in the lifetimes of trees and the spans of species. Restoration is not a quick fix, but a long-term commitment. It means thinking beyond our own lifetimes, beyond the immediate future, and considering the world we'll leave for those who come after us. It means accepting that the changes we make today, good or bad, will echo far into the future. The slow current of time also shapes how we experience the Amazon in the present. To spend time here is to feel that current pressing against the rhythms of modern life. Days and nights blend into each other, marked not by clocks but by the calls of animals and the rise and fall of water levels. Seasons are not dates on a calendar but cycles of flood and drought, of flowering and fruiting. The forest and river do not hurry. They move according to their own tempos set by forces far larger than us. To be here is to be reminded that our schedules and deadlines are small things, easily drowned in the flow of something much older and more enduring. This perspective can change how we see ourselves. It can humble us, reminding us that we are brief visitors in a place that has existed for millions of years. But it can also connect us, reminding us that we are part of that flow, that our lives are threads in the same fabric of time. The air we breathe carries molecules that were once part of ancient trees. The water we drink may have fallen as rain thousands of miles away months ago. The food we eat depends on cycles of growth and decay that began long before we were born. Time is not something separate from us. It is the medium in which we exist. The Amazon illustrates this interconnection in countless ways. The nutrients that feed its forests come from dust blown across the Atlantic from the Sahara Desert, the remnants of organisms that lived and died millions of years ago. The fish that spawn in its tributaries migrate according to cycles set by the tilt of the earth and the pull of the moon. The trees that tower over the forest floor grow from seeds carried by animals whose ancestors evolved alongside those trees over tens of millions of years. Every part of the system is linked to every other part, across time as well as space. Even the river's monsters are shaped by time's slow current. The anaconda's immense size is not an accident of chance, but the result of selective pressures that favoured strength and patience over countless generations. The black caiman's ambush strategy is a refinement honed by millions of years of predator-prey interactions. The arapaima's reproductive cycle is timed to the seasonal floods, an adaptation to rhythms that have persisted for millennia. These creatures are not just inhabitants of the Amazon, they are expressions of its history, embodiments of the processes that shaped them. Humans, too, are part of that story. The indigenous peoples who live along the river today are descendants of groups that have been here for thousands of years, their knowledge of the land shaped by generations of experience. The crops they cultivate, cassava, maize, cacao, are the products of centuries of selective breeding. The landscapes they inhabit bear the marks of human influence going back millennia. Patches of fertile soil enriched by charcoal, forests subtly shaped by past planting and harvesting. Time's slow current runs through human history as well, binding us to the Amazon in ways we often overlook. The challenge we face now is that our actions move faster than the river's rhythms. Deforestation can erase a forest in months that took centuries to grow. Climate change driven by human activity is altering rainfall patterns in decades that once changed over millennia. Pollution from mining and agriculture accumulates in years, but its effects on ecosystems can last for generations. The slow current of time collides with the rapid pace of human activity, and the result is disruption of habitats, of species, of cycles that took millions of years to establish. This collision forces us to think differently about time. We cannot slow the river's processes to match our pace, but we can slow our actions to align better with them. We can plan not just for the next 5 years, but for the next 50 or 100. We can measure success not by immediate results, but by resilience over time. We can act not just for ourselves, but for the generations that will inherit the river after us. Time's slow current demands patience, but it also demands foresight. It asks us to think like the river does, not in moments, but in epochs. Thinking this way changes how we approach the Amazon's monsters too. It reminds us that they are not static threats or curiosities, but parts of a long continuum. The anaconda we see today is part of a lineage that stretches back tens of millions of years. The black caiman's ancestors survived mass extinctions and shifting climates. The The Arapima's lineage weathered ice ages and changing seas. If we lose them now, we're not just losing individual species, we are breaking threads in a web woven by time itself. It also changes how we understand our place in that web. We are not separate from time's current, standing outside it and observing. We are immersed in it, shaped by it, and capable of shaping it in return. The choices we make now will ripple forward, influencing the Amazon long after we're gone. We cannot control every outcome, but we can choose which paths we set in motion. We can decide whether the river's future will be one of resilience and adaptation, or one of fragmentation and loss. Time's slow current is not something to fear, it is something to respect. It is the force that has made the Amazon what it is, vast, complex, resilient, and full of life. It is the reason the river still flows, the forest still grows, the monsters still thrive. It is also the reason the Amazon changes, why it never remains the same, why it will continue to evolve long after we are gone. To live with the Amazon is to accept that reality, to understand that nothing here is fixed, that everything is part of a flow larger than itself. And as we follow that flow forward, we begin to see that the Amazon story is not just about rivers and forests and creatures, it is about us too. We are part of its slow current, our actions woven into its future, just as its past is woven into our present. The river's time and our time are not separate. They are the same, intersecting and shaping each other. And the more we understand that, the more we understand that the Amazon is not just something we observe. It is something we are part of, something that shapes us even as we shape it. Time's current carries us forward, always forward, toward futures we cannot fully see. Some of those futures will be shaped by forces beyond our control, tectonic shifts, climatic changes, evolutionary pressures. Others will be shaped by choices we make now. Whether the Amazon continues to breed monsters, whether its forests remain intact, whether its river still flows freely, these are questions time will answer, but we will help decide. And as we drift with that current, we are reminded of one final truth. The river inside us is not so different from the river that flows through the Amazon. It moves slowly, carrying memories and possibilities, shaping who we are and what we become. It connects us to the past and the future, to each other and to the world around us. It is the same current that shaped the monsters of the river and the machines we build, the same current that carved the basin and filled it with life. It flows through everything, binding it all together into one vast, ever-changing whole. If you stand long enough at the edge of the Amazon and watch the water move, you might start to feel a strange familiarity. It is not just a river you are looking at, not just a flow of water from distant mountains to the sea. It is something that feels deeper, something that resonates in ways you cannot quite explain. It is in the way the water never stops moving, in the way it carves and shapes everything it touches, in the way it connects distant places into a single living whole. And then, if you look inward for a moment, you realize why it feels familiar. Because the river is not just out there, it is in you. Every person is a collection of rivers. Blood moves through our bodies in branching channels, pulsing with each heartbeat, delivering oxygen and nutrients the way water delivers life through a forest. Nerves carry signals like tributaries carrying messages downstream. Even the water inside us, the fluid that makes up most of our weight, is part of a cycle that began long before we were born and will continue long after we're gone. Every breath we take, every sip we drink, every cell that lives and dies inside us is part of a movement that mirrors the river's flow. The Amazon is not separate from us. It is an external expression of a process that defines us too. This connection is not just metaphorical. The Amazon produces roughly a fifth of the world's freshwater discharge into the oceans. Its forests release vast amounts of water vapour into the atmosphere, influencing rainfall patterns across continents. The moisture that rises from its canopy can fall as rain thousands of miles away, feeding crops, filling reservoirs, sustaining cities. The water that flows from your tap may once have been part of a cloud formed over the Amazon, part of a river that flowed through its basin. When you drink it, it becomes part of you. You carry the river inside you, and you return it with every breath, every drop of sweat, every tear. The oxygen you breathe is part of the connection too. The Amazon's forests, through photosynthesis, produce enormous amounts of oxygen and absorb vast quantities of carbon dioxide. They help regulate the planet's atmosphere, making Earth habitable for creatures like us. The air in your lungs carries molecules that may have been released by a tree deep in the Amazon, a tree that drew its nutrients from soil enriched by decomposing leaves, which were fed by water from the river, which was fed by rain formed from vapour rising from the forest itself. The cycle is endless and intimate. The Amazon's breath becomes your breath. Even the food you eat may carry the Amazon's imprint. The basin is home to countless species that contribute to global biodiversity. Not just the plants and animals that live there, but the pollinators, decomposers, and microorganisms that sustain them. Crops grown far from the Amazon can depend on climate patterns shaped by its forests. Fish that migrate into the Atlantic from its mouth become part of global food webs. Medicines derived from Amazonian plants find their way into bodies around the world, altering biochemistry and saving lives. What happens in the Amazon does not stay there. It moves outward, enters us, shapes us. The river inside us is older than we are. The water in your body has been part of Earth's cycles for billions of years. It has been rain and ice, ocean and vapour, river and blood. It has flowed through dinosaurs and ferns, through glaciers and lava, through clouds and storms. It has been part of countless lives and landscapes before finding its way into you. And when you are gone, it will continue, carried forward into other forms, other lives, other stories. You're a brief stop in its journey, just as the Amazon is a brief channel in the larger flow of water across the planet. Recognizing this connection changes how we see the Amazon. It is no longer just a distant wilderness, a place that exists apart from our daily lives. It is part of us, and we are part of it. Its health affects our health. Its survival influences our survival. Its rhythms shape our rhythms. When the Amazon dries, so do crops half a continent away. When its forests burn, the air thousands of miles from them becomes harder to breathe. When its biodiversity declines, potential medicines and resources vanish before we even know they exist. The river inside us depends on the river out there. This realization also changes how we understand responsibility. If the Amazon were truly separate from us, we might imagine we could ignore it, exploit it, or destroy it without consequence. But we cannot. The boundary between it and us is porous, fluid, constantly crossed by water, air, and life. Our actions reach into its forests and rivers, and its responses reach back into our bodies and societies. Deforestation in the Amazon can influence rainfall in distant regions, affecting agriculture and water supplies. Pollution in its waters can enter the global ocean, altering ecosystems far from its mouth. Greenhouse gases released by its fires can contribute to climate shifts that reshape coastlines and weather patterns around the world. The Amazon is not over there. It is everywhere, including inside us. The river within us also mirrors the Amazon in another way. It reminds us of our dependence on cycles larger than ourselves. Just as the Amazon's health depends on the balance between rainfall and evaporation, between sediment deposition and erosion, our health depends on the balance between intake and output, between oxygen and carbon dioxide, between nutrients and waste. When those cycles are disrupted, when the Amazon dries or floods, when our bodies are deprived of water or oxygen, the consequences are immediate and profound. The Amazon's resilience is tied to its ability to maintain its cycles. Ours is too. There is humility in this understanding. We like to think of ourselves as separate, as masters of our environment. But the river inside us tells a different story. It tells us that we are part of a vast, interconnected system that sustains life on this planet. It tells us that we are shaped by forces we cannot control and dependent on processes we did not create. It tells us that our power has limits, that our survival depends not just on our ingenuity, but on the health of the systems around us. It tells us that we're not apart from the Amazon, but continuous with it. This perspective is not new. Indigenous cultures around the Amazon have long understood this connection. Their stories and practices reflect a view of the world in which humans are part of nature, not separate from it. They speak of rivers as living beings, of forests as kin, of animals as teachers. They recognize that harming the river is harming themselves, that caring for the forest is caring for their own future. This understanding has allowed them to live in balance with the Amazon for thousands of years. It is a wisdom that modern societies, in their rush for progress and profit, have often forgotten. Science, too, increasingly confirms this view. The more we study the Amazon, the more we see how deeply it is woven into the systems that sustain life on Earth. Its forests influence global carbon cycles. Its rivers affect ocean currents. Its biodiversity supports resilience across ecosystems. Its climate patterns reach far beyond South America. The Amazon is not a local phenomenon. It is a planetary force. And because we are part of the planet, we are part of that force too. This interconnectedness has profound implications for how we think about conservation and climate change. Protecting the Amazon is not just about saving a distant ecosystem. It is about safeguarding the systems that sustain human life. It is about ensuring that the river inside us continues to flow, that the cycles we depend on continue to function. It is about recognizing that our well-being is tied to the well-being of places we may never see. When we destroy the Amazon, we are not just destroying trees and rivers, we are eroding the foundation of our own existence. The river inside us also has something to teach us about resilience. The Amazon has survived countless changes over millions of years, shifts in climate, tectonic upheavals, the rise and fall of sea levels. It has adapted and persisted, reshaping itself again and again. Our bodies do the same. They heal after injury, adapt to new conditions, recover from an imbalance. Both systems are resilient because they are dynamic, because they respond to change not by resisting it, but by integrating it. They bend, they shift, they find new equilibrium. That resilience is not infinite. Push either system too far and it can collapse. But it is remarkable nonetheless. And just as the Amazon's resilience depends on diversity, on the interplay of countless species and processes, so too does ours. The bacteria in our guts, the cells in our immune system, the hormones that regulate our functions, all of these form a complex web of interactions that keep us alive. Remove too many pieces and the system falters. The Amazon works the same way. Its strength lies in its diversity, in the vast array of species and processes that sustain it. Lose too many of them, and the river inside it falters too. This parallel is not just poetic, it is practical. It shows us that protecting the Amazon is not about saving isolated pieces, a single species, a single patch of forest, a single stretch of river. It is about preserving the relationships that make the whole system work. It is about recognizing that the health of the river depends on the health of the forest, that the health of the forest depends on the health of the soil, that the health of the soil depends on the creatures that live in it. It is about understanding that every part is connected, that the loss of one weakens the others. It is about seeing the Amazon not as a collection of parts, but as a living whole, just as we must see ourselves. When we look at the Amazon this way, the idea of separation dissolves. There is no us and it, no human world and natural world. There is one world, one system, one flow. The river inside us and the river out there are part of the same current. The air in our lungs and the air above the canopy are part of the same atmosphere. The water in our blood and the water in the Amazon are part of the same cycle. The health of one is bound to the health of the other. This understanding brings with it both hope and responsibility. Hope because it shows that our actions matter, that by protecting the Amazon we protect ourselves. Responsibility because it shows that harm done there will inevitably come back to us. The river connects everything. Its flow cannot be contained. What we do upstream affects what happens downstream. What we do in one part of the system echoes through the whole. The choices we make ripple outward, shaping not just the Amazon's future but our own. And as we internalize this, the Amazon becomes more than a distant place. It becomes part of our identity, part of how we understand ourselves and our place in the world. It is no longer just a river in South America. It is part of the water in our veins, the air in our lungs, the food on our tables. It is part of the systems that sustain our civilizations and our species. It is part of the stories we tell about who we are and who we want to be. It is part of us, and we are part of it. This perspective changes the way we think about monsters too. The creatures we fear in the Amazon are not just inhabitants of a faraway place. They are kin, shaped by the same forces that shaped us. Their existence reflects our own. Their struggles mirror ours. The fear they inspire is not just about what they might do to us, but about what they reveal about our shared vulnerability, our shared dependence on the systems that sustain life. The monsters of the Amazon are part of the same river that flows through us, and because of that, their fate and ours are intertwined. If the Amazon's monsters disappear, it is not just their loss, it is ours. It is a sign that the systems we depend on are breaking down, that the cycles that sustain us are faltering. Their survival is a measure of our own. Their resilience is tied to ours. Their future is bound to the choices we make. The river inside us is a reminder that we cannot step outside of these choices. We cannot pretend that the Amazon's fate is someone else's problem. We cannot imagine that we are immune to the consequences of what happens there. We are bound to it, as surely as we are bound to the water and air and life that sustain us. Its story is our story, and the way we write it will determine much about what comes next. And just as the Amazon's river flows onward, so too does the story. It does not end with us, any more than it began with us. It will continue to shape life on this planet long after we are gone, carrying with it the traces of our presence, our choices, our mistakes, and our achievements. The river inside us will return to the larger flow, joining the cycles that have existed for billions of years and will continue for billions more. And in that flow, the Amazon will continue to breed monsters, not just the ones we fear, but the ones we have yet to imagine, the ones that will emerge from the ever-changing dance of water, life, and time. The Amazon has always been a place where life pushes against its boundaries. It has always been a place where the familiar transforms into the strange, where ordinary forms stretch into something extraordinary, where the line between the possible and the impossible blurs and shifts with the flow of water and time. For hundreds of millions of years, this basin has been a cradle of invention, a stage on which evolution experiments endlessly. It has produced creatures that seem improbable, behaviours that defy easy explanation, systems so complex that even now, after centuries of study, we are still only beginning to understand them. And it shows no sign of stopping. The Amazon is still breeding wonders. This process is not magic. It is the result of the Amazon's scale, its diversity, its constant change. With more than 6.7 million square kilometres of basin and thousands of tributaries, it is one of the most dynamic environments on Earth. Its ecosystems range from flooded forests to dry uplands, from blackwater streams to whitewater rivers, from ephemeral ponds to deep channels. Each of these habitats offers different challenges and opportunities, different pressures and possibilities. In each of them, life adapts in its own way, and because they are all connected, by water, by climate, by the movement of organisms, they interact in ways that create even more complexity. This complexity is a recipe for innovation. In a place with so many niches, so many gradients of light and temperature and nutrients, species are constantly pushed to specialize, to exploit new resources, to avoid competition, to survive in conditions that change with the season and the flood. A fish that thrives in a shallow, sunlit channel must solve different problems than one that hunts in deep, dark water. A tree that fruits during the dry season must find a different strategy for reproduction than one that fruits during the flood. A predator that waits for prey in still backwaters must hunt differently from one that patrols swift currents. Each of these problems has many solutions, and evolution tries them all, generation after generation, refining what works and discarding what doesn't. The result is life in forms that seem improbable anywhere else. Fish that can breathe air and survive on land for days. Birds that migrate thousands of kilometers guided by the position of the stars. Insects that mimic leaves so perfectly they vanish into the forest. Frogs that lay their eggs in water-filled tree holes and carry their tadpoles on their backs. Plants that bloom only once every decade and release clouds of scent to summon their pollinators from miles away. The Amazon is full of such marvels, many of them still unknown to science. Researchers continue to discover new species at a staggering pace, hundreds every year and likely thousands more waiting to be found. Some of these wonders are microscopic. The soils and waters of the Amazon teem with bacteria, fungi and protozoa that play essential roles in nutrient cycling, decomposition and disease regulation. Many of these organisms are still poorly understood, their biochemical capabilities largely unexplored. They may hold keys to new medicines, new materials, new technologies. Already enzymes from Amazonian microbes have found uses in industrial processes, and compounds from its plants and animals have inspired drugs that treat everything from cancer to malaria. The Amazon's wonders are not just beautiful, they are practical, woven into the fabric of human life and potential. Others are vast and visible. The arapaima, one of the world's largest freshwater fish, can grow more than 3 meters long and weigh over 200 kilograms. Its scales are so tough they can resist piranha bites, yet flexible enough to allow it to swim with ease. Its ability to breathe air allows it to survive in oxygen-poor waters where other fish would perish. The black caiman, the river's largest predator, is a relic of ancient lineages, a reminder of the time when giant reptiles dominated the planet. Its size, strength, and patience make it one of the most formidable hunters in the basin. These are not remnants of a bygone era. They are living testaments to the Amazon's ongoing capacity to produce and sustain extraordinary life. Even the creatures that frighten us are part of this story. The piranhas that haunt our imaginations with tales of sudden, savage attacks are more complex than the myths suggest. Their sharp teeth and powerful jaws are adaptations to a diet that includes not just flesh, but seeds and fruit. Their social behavior, the way they school, the way they coordinate, is sophisticated and finely tuned. The anaconda, often imagined as a lurking danger in the water, is a master of stealth and patience, capable of sensing the slightest vibrations and waiting motionless for hours before striking. These traits are not accidents. They are the products of countless generations shaped by the river's pressures and possibilities. The Amazon's wonders extend beyond individual species. They are embedded in relationships, in the ways organisms interact with each other and their environment. Pollinators and plants co-evolve, each shaping the other's form and behavior. Predators and prey engage in evolutionary arms races, each adaptation answered by a counter-adaptation. Parasites and hosts refine their strategies in an endless dance of exploitation and defense. Even trees and fungi form partnerships, exchanging nutrients and information through vast networks beneath the soil. These relationships are themselves wonders, intricate and dynamic, evolving and adapting over time. Some of the Amazon's most astonishing phenomena arise from these relationships. The annual flood pulse, for example, transforms the landscape, submerging vast areas of forest and creating temporary habitats that support unique communities of plants and animals. Fish migrate into the flooded forest to feed on fruit, dispersing seeds as they go. Trees time their flowering and fruiting to coincide with the flood, ensuring their seeds are carried far from the parent plant. Birds follow the fish, mammals follow the birds, insects follow the mammals. The entire system moves in rhythm with the water, each part responding to the others. It is a choreography millions of years in the making, and it continues to evolve. This dynamism means the Amazon is not just a repository of existing wonders, but a generator of future ones. Evolution never stops. New species arise, new adaptations emerge, new relationships form. The pressures that drive these changes, competition, predation, climate, geology, are constant and unrelenting. As the environment changes, so too does life. As rivers shift course, new habitats appear. As climates fluctuate, species expand or contract their ranges. As human activity alters the landscape, new challenges and opportunities arise. The Amazon responds to all of it, producing new forms and behaviours that we have yet to imagine. Human influence, though often destructive, is now part of this process. The introduction of non-native species, the fragmentation of habitats, the alteration of water flow, all create new evolutionary pressures. Some species adapt and thrive in these altered conditions, evolving new traits or behaviours in response. Others decline or disappear, their absence opening niches for different organisms. Invasive plants and animals become part of new ecological networks. Urban areas and agricultural landscapes become habitats for species that learn to exploit them. The Amazon story is no longer just about natural forces, it is also about how life responds to us. This does not mean that all change is good. Many of the pressures we impose push systems toward collapse rather than innovation, but even collapse can set the stage for new beginnings. After disturbances, fires, floods, clearings, new communities emerge, often different from those that came before. Pioneer species colonize bare ground. Opportunistic predators exploit altered food webs. Over time, new equilibria form. The Amazon has always been resilient in this way. It absorbs shocks, reorganizes, and continues to produce life. That resilience is not infinite, but it is formidable, and it is part of what allows the Amazon to keep breeding wonders even in the face of profound change. Our role in this process is complex. We are both participants and disruptors, creators and destroyers. Our activities threaten the Amazon's biodiversity, but they also create new contexts for evolution. Our curiosity leads us to discover new species, but our exploitation can drive others to extinction. Our technology allows us to study the Amazon in ways unimaginable a century ago, but it also changes the very thing we study. We are woven into the Amazon story now, and the wonders it breeds in the future will bear the imprint of our presence. This intertwining of human and natural forces is not unique to the Amazon, but nowhere is it more evident. Here, the scale of life and the scale of our impact meet head-on. Here, the consequences of our choices unfold against a backdrop of immense complexity and resilience. Here, the river that flows through us and the river that flows across the continent are inseparable. And because of that, the Amazon's capacity to breed wonders is now tied to our capacity to imagine and enact futures in which those wonders can continue to emerge. There is reason for hope. Conservation efforts across the basin have shown that the Amazon can recover if given the chance. Forests regrow when protected from logging and fire. Fish populations rebound when overfishing is curbed. Polluted waters clear when mining is regulated. Wildlife returns when habitats are restored. These successes remind us that the Amazon's resilience is not theoretical. It is real and tangible. It shows that the forces that create wonders are still active, still capable of producing life in abundance, still ready to respond to the opportunities we create as well as the pressures we impose. Science continues to reveal new layers of the Amazon's complexity, expanding our understanding and deepening our sense of wonder. Genetic studies uncover hidden diversity within species once thought uniform, revealing lineages that diverge millions of years ago. Remote sensing technologies map patterns of forest growth and river flow with unprecedented precision, showing us how dynamic and interconnected these systems are. Microbiological research uncovers communities of organisms that shape ecosystems in ways we never imagined. Each discovery is a reminder that the Amazon's capacity to surprise us is far from exhausted. Even the myths and stories that surround the Amazon are part of its ongoing creativity. They evolve as our knowledge grows, blending old fears with new understanding. The river dolphin, once a shape-shifting trickster in indigenous stories, is now also a keystone species whose health reflects the state of the river. The anaconda, once a symbol of raw, unstoppable power, is now a subject of ecological study that reveals the subtleties of predator-prey dynamics. The monsters of the Amazon change as we change, their meaning shifting, their significance deepening. They are still with us, and they still have lessons to teach. The Amazon's future will not look like its past. Climate change, deforestation, and human activity are altering the conditions that have shaped it for millions of years. Some species will vanish, some landscapes will change, some processes will slow or stop, but new forms of life will arise too. New relationships will form, new balances will emerge. The Amazon will not stop breeding wonders simply because the context changes. It will respond to that change, as it always has, by producing new forms of life and new ways of being. The question for us is what kind of wonders we want it to breed. Will they be the wonders of a thriving, diverse ecosystem, full of creatures and relationships we cannot yet imagine? Or will they be the wonders of resilience under pressure, of survival in a diminished world? Will they inspire awe and curiosity, or will they stand as reminders of what was lost? The answers depend on the choices we make now, choices about how we use land and water, how we value biodiversity, how we respond to climate change, how we see ourselves in relation to the natural world. The Amazon's capacity to breed wonders is not something we can destroy entirely, but it is something we can constrain. Every forest cleared, every river dammed, every species driven to extinction narrows the possibilities for what the Amazon can become. Every protected area, every restored habitat, every policy that values ecological health expands those possibilities. The river's future is not fixed. It is a flow that we are part of, a story we're writing with every decision we make. And so the Amazon remains what it has always been, a living engine of change, a place where life invents itself again and again. It remains a river that carries not just water but possibility, not just sediment but stories. It remains a mirror that reflects who we are and a teacher that shows us who we could be. It remains a home for monsters and a cradle for marvels. It remains a force that shapes the world, and us, in ways we are still struggling to understand. To stand by its banks is to feel the weight of its history and the pull of its future. It is to see the traces of what has been and the hints of what might come. It is to realize that the wonders it has bred so far are only a fraction of what it is capable of. It is to understand that the monsters we fear and the marvels we admire are not opposites, but parts of the same whole, born from the same flow, shaped by the same forces. The Amazon does not need us to breed wonders. It did so long before we arrived, and it will continue to do so long after we are gone. But our presence has become part of the equation, and with that comes both risk and opportunity. We can be a force that narrows the river's possibilities, or one that expands them. We can be a source of harm or a source of resilience. We can choose to align ourselves with the processes that make the Amazon what it is, or to fight against them. The river will continue to flow regardless. The question is what it will carry with it. And perhaps that is the Amazon's most important lesson. The river's power lies not just in its size or its strength, but in its constancy. It never stops moving. It never stops shaping. It never stops creating. Even as it erodes, it builds. Even as it destroys, it renews. Even as it carries away, it brings forth. That is what it means to breed wonders, not to create once and stop, but to create again and again, endlessly, in response to whatever comes. We are part of that endless creation now. The river flows through us as surely as it flows through the forest and the floodplain. The choices we make ripple outward, shaping the wonders that will come after us. The monsters we fear and the marvels we celebrate are part of the same current, and that current flows forward, always forward, carrying with it the possibilities of worlds we have not yet imagined. The Amazon is still breeding wonders, it always will,